Alrighty, here we are. It is the end of Turtle WoW. We have about 6 hours and 45 minutes until the servers shut off. So what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to just run around and explore the world and see every little area, every part, the different zones that I never got a chance to see during the leveling process. And there are quite a few of them. There's a lot of zones, especially in the late 40s and 50 to 60 range, that I never got to explore. Now, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Obviously, my character's only 42. This is as far as I managed to get. I do have a slightly faster mount, though, so I will be able to outrun some of the mobs. I can hopefully explore without permacorpse running the entire time. And another thing I'm going to try to do is run Stormrot Ruins, which is the final of the new, well, the final new custom dungeon I will be able to run. I was going to say it's the final custom dungeon I haven't run. It's the final one that I'm in range of. And out of the very recent new ones, it's the last one that I haven't gotten a chance to do. So I'm going to throw up an LFG group finder thing for that. There's actually a group up already, but I'm willing to bet 4 out of 1 DPS. They are probably getting level 60s. Ah, that one's actually level 40. We'll see. I mean, I have no idea how many they actually have, but I'll double check in a little bit. Right now, though, let me check with Gearjammer. Gonna start forming. You ready? So we have at least one person, and then I'll throw the group up. Alright, cool. List us, new group, Stormrot Ruins. Now, I suspect it'll take some time to fully build a group, especially because I'm going to try and get people for the relevance level. I was trying to form this earlier in the morning, and I didn't find enough people. There were a few level 60s who were offering to, like, carry me through it, just so I could see it. But that's not the point. I don't want to just get a tour. I don't want to get carried through the dungeon. I want to actually run the dungeon. I want the experience of tanking it, because I've heard it's really good. So I'm going to be doing that, and I'll have, well, I have about 7 hours to find a group, technically more like 5, because I need time to actually run the dungeon. And during that time, I'm going to be running around and exploring. So I will post in looking for group. And then the first thing I'm going to do to start off the exploration is I'm going to explore Lapidus Isle and Gilligan's Isle. And as far as I know, the only way to get to them is with this flight path. I guess I could check. Maybe they have a boat. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, there's no boat paths on here. And it doesn't seem like Alliance have any direct path to actually get here. There are actually some quests that I could pick up here, but I'm not going to be questing at this point. I've accepted the fact that I can't really get much more done in the amount of time that's left, but I still want to actually see them. And I think I'm going to try and work my way up the entirety of the continent. So we'll go all the way up through Eastern Kingdoms, and then we'll switch over to Kalimdor, and we'll do the same thing. We'll start down here and work all the way up, probably start with tel'abim. I'm not going to be doing in-depth exploration of zones I've already visited, so like Grim Reaches, I just streamed the entire questing process here yesterday, so that's already on YouTube. But anything that I didn't show on stream, I will try and visit it as part of the tour. Also, as time goes on, if I still haven't formed the group, I'll probably start posting in World Chat, which I would imagine is going to be an easier place to find people who might be interested in joining the dungeon. But for now, I'll keep my posts to just the looking for group tab. Honestly, the island's bigger than I expected it would be. I guess it is. Yeah, even on the world map. It's pretty large. There's like a lot of little branching islands that I'll have to go visit. So there's like a little Kulturas outpost here. That's kind of cool. This, I'm guessing, is going to be the main Alliance hub if you're questing here. I think I remember seeing some like early alpha screenshots of an area that looked kind of like this on Lapidus Isle. I vaguely remember it. So I'm assuming that's what they did. They took like, because this ship, there's like an image that I can ooh, special custom music, cool. But there's like this alpha image that I have. It's like fuzzy because I saw it a while ago, but it looks kind of like this, I think. And I'm guessing this is the location that it was taken, like what looks like Alliance camp with kind of a shipwreck next to it. And that's one of the only images of this zone that I can recall. So that's pretty neat. Just run around and explore from here. See if I can get up this way. Oh, shit. The Tower of Lapidus. Well, we have the, Calling of Strathel music here. I love this track. Can't really get too close. These mobs are level 51. Don't really want to mess with them. Is this gonna pull? While I'm in this area, I could also put on this trinket for a little bit of extra swim speed. I want to see what's on this little island. Also, just a heads up, Gear Jammer, I would imagine it's going to take a while to actually form this group. I'm not in any rush, personally. As long as we have time to get this done by the end, that's really all I care about. But I'm going to be just kind of sitting here, posting and waiting for, presumably, like, random people to join in. Requesting Baelor? Nice, nice. Definitely a good thing to knock out. At some point, screw it. This hunter's in the level range. Want a DPS Stormrot? 36 should be good enough. I would like to have at least, like, one other person in the, like, 39 to 41 range, just to make it a little bit easier. Yeah, cool. Alright, we got one more DPS. But we'll see. If we have to go in there with, like, a bunch of people in the mid-30s, so be it. It'll make it even more of a fun challenge. I think this is a track that I've heard in a few different areas in Turtle WoW. I'm pretty sure it's a custom track, because I don't remember it, but it's pretty good. Just again, looking for 2 more Storm Rot. Also, we will need a healer for sure. And I should note, I did respec to Prot. So I'm running I even took Bulwark of the Righteous. I wasn't sure if I really needed this. Because, I mean, it's a 5-minute cooldown. Like, how useful is this really going to be for dungeons? Like, for raid tank busters, I can see this being obviously very good. But I figured, you know, there definitely are some situations where having a 12-second 30% DR would be quite nice. Interesting that I'm still able to pick up these quests. I would assume they're all red for me, though. Very careful here. It looks like I might be able to get back up to the main islands from here. I think there's a path. I also wish I could see inside the Tower of Lepidus, but there is absolutely zero chance that I'm going to make it past those water ellies. And I'd imagine it's just kind of a high-level questing hub. Either there's quests that you can get here. I don't know if, like, the namesake of the island is the main antagonist, and that's, like, the end of a chain. You have to go in there and kill him, or if he's a quest giver, and those are just, like, guards for the tower. OctoWow is decent. Rip Turtle WoW, though. I've heard... So, obviously, everybody on Turtle WoW is saying OctoWow is a scam. Now, what I'm not sure about that is whether some people claim it literally is a virus. Other people just say, I mean, they've stolen Turtle WoW's files and just opened up their own server, which the second part seems to be just objectively true. I don't think they've done anything original. Ooh, even more custom music. That's cool. Whether or not it is quite literally a virus, I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't care enough to fact check it, and I'm not going to find out either way because I have no interest in actually playing it. But this discussion came up the other day. My 2 cents on it is I just don't really see any reason to play it. Like, obviously Turtle WoW has a lot of really cool custom content, and OctoWow is just an older version of Turtle. But it's using leaked files. So it's one thing to actually be actively developing new content for a server, and, you know, if you're playing somewhere where you know the server has a future, then that's cool. But if you're just playing somewhere that's like an older, leaked version of an existing server, which presumably has zero future, and people keep saying, oh, they're gonna work to restore the 1.18. Like, what does that even mean, man? They're gonna recreate it? Some random nobodies are going to just rebuild all of this stuff that Turtle's built over multiple years? Like, bullshit. They have the leaked files. That's the only reason they were even able to get what's currently up there. Either the rest of the files leak, in which case any server can host it, or they're never going to do shit. Like, there's just zero chance. But here's the thing. Obviously they're going to say that, and people are, I think at this point, grasping onto anything. So they see any chance that, like, oh, maybe somehow Turtle WoW can survive, and they, like, run with that. Did you know about... Yeah. Yeah, I used those a lot while I was in Baylor. Turtle WoW client also has Windows Defender flags. It's a 1.17 client thing. Leak files for a private WoW server, it's kind of... Yeah, well, okay, to be clear, I'm not saying... When I say that they stole the files, I'm not like, oh, they're unethical, right? My entire point is that they didn't do anything original. So, if their entire server is just based on leaked files, then they've not actually developed anything. All they've done is taken something that was leaked and run it, which, to my knowledge, you can do on your own, on like a solo offline server. So, it's really nothing special except somebody publicly hosting it. So, functionally, what is it offering that you couldn't just do yourself? That's the point I was trying to make. This is fucking sick music, by the way. This, I'm 99% sure, is custom, too. I wonder if this is, like, music from somewhere else that they took and just put into WoW? Or if they did actually build this custom for Turtle. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is... A little bit spooky. Okay. We're popping a swiftness potion. I think I'm far enough away. I should be fine. And if I'm not, unlucky. I can't really go much further. Surely this leashes. Yes. Woo! What am I in combat with? Oh, fuck me. Okay, I can get away. Nice. I'm alive. Whew. It's desperation. People who play Turtle WoW are addicted. They just want a replacement. They're hosting the server like Turtle did, which not everyone can afford to do. A lot of Turtle WoW music was made in-house by a guy named Warcraft. Isn't that the one who does, like, the news thing? If he made all these tracks, then that's very impressive. Oh, fuck. Nice. So not only does he do the little YouTube news things, he also made all the custom music. That's pretty sick. Oh, hello. Appreciate it. Turtle WoW was your first WoW experience and you enjoyed it? Yeah. And to what you said about, you know, people just want something, like some sort of Turtle WoW replacement. I understand that. And I do think that that is the main reason why so many people are grasping onto anything. And look, if there is a legitimate, like, 1.18, you know, as it currently sits, Turtle WoW server, then I could kind of understand. Okay, yeah, maybe people would play on that. But my take on it, right? Obviously, I'm in a bit of a unique position where I like the server, and I've been playing on it for a few weeks now, but this is not something that I've invested a ton of time into, and I also do play and enjoy all versions of the game. So, I definitely do have that perspective of, like, I can just go play retail or something else, while I hope that something better like this comes along. Either if Turtle WoW gets revived somehow in its full glory, or if, what's it called? Like, the official Blizzard Classic Plus. Well, that's going to happen at some point, but if it comes along and then it ends up being really fun and worth playing, well then, awesome, cool. Some people absolutely despise Blizzard and they refuse to play it regardless, but I am not one of those people. I definitely don't like Blizzard, but I'm not going to just refuse to touch a fun version of WoW if they happen to produce it. So, to me, I'm just like, well, you know, why wouldn't you just play something that is more worthwhile of your time? Explore. It's just the little troll camp in the mountains. It looks like this probably has quests for both Alliance and Horde. There's a little pet here, too. Dart Frog. They've done easy 1.18 upgrades like the Paladin class changes, but not all the new dungeons. Gotcha. Octo is only in beta. We'll see if it survives. You don't like Valve, but you still play Counter-Strike? Yeah, exactly. I love World of Warcraft, but I hate Blizzard. But I am... Unlike a lot of people, I have come to terms with the fact that, whether I like it or not, Blizzard is... They are the custodians of WoW. And if I want to keep enjoying this universe, that's what I'm going to have to deal with, so... I'll keep playing it. But I also, again, I enjoy retail. So, a lot of people who enjoy things like Turtle WoW absolutely despise retail and everything about it. I, thankfully, do not fall into that category. So I'm more than happy to have, like, played the server for the time that I did. I will enjoy the memories that I made on the server, and then I'm perfectly content to just do other stuff and play retail and other versions of Classic, etc. in the meantime. And if something like this comes along once again, then I can play it. But I'm not too stressed over finding, like, a mediocre replacement just for the sake of having one. Okay, this looks pretty cool. This I also think I remember. I remember a screenshot of one of those Alpha Islands with, like, wasn't there a Tauren standing, like, right here? And obviously the trees weren't here, but I think there was a Tauren standing here, and there was a big chasm, and then a bunch of troll ruins. I think this is the location of that Alpha screenshot. You've noticed that most Classic players have the superiority complex towards retail? Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely weird, because it doesn't really work the other way around. Like, most retail players I know, they're, like, a little bit hand-wavy towards Classic players, like, especially people who are diehard Classic. They're like, those people. But I think most of us being, like, retail players, understand why people enjoy Classic. Like, we play retail, but we see the value in it, and we can understand why somebody prefers that style of game. Especially because a lot of people who play retail used to play, like, not necessarily Classic. A lot of them do, still. I regularly play with people in my Mythic raiding guilds who also play Classic for fun. My co-tank raids in MoP Classic. There's multiple people on my current raid team who are currently raiding in TBC Classic. So that's not uncommon. But obviously there's a lot of people who started way back in the day. So they played the older versions of the game. They get it. But they still enjoy modern WoW. But there's so many people who just despise the current iteration of the game. And I can kind of understand that, because the stuff that retail players enjoy, which I think by and large is, like, challenging endgame PvE content, you can still kind of get that in Classic. So I love challenging raids, challenging dungeons, etc. And even in Turtle WoW, I've gotten that. Like, right now, I'm trying to form a group for one of the final new custom dungeons, and I'll still get, like, that same satisfying feeling of clearing, like, challenging content as if I cleared a high-level M+ dungeon or killed a mythic boss. Like, it scratches that same itch. So I can enjoy all iterations of WoW, because that is the main thing that I like. Now, a lot of retail players cannot stand the slow pace of Classic. Personally, I don't mind it. I can deal with both of them pretty equally well, so I feel like I'm well-suited to play, like, pretty much any version of WoW. I'm relatively flexible. But some retail players only want the raid stuff, and there's a lot of retail players who will play Classic, and they'll basically try to skip all of the, air quotes, boring stuff, because they just want to get to the raids, and they just want to see the raids, get to the end game, and do that. And then a lot of Classic players will criticize that. I do think that, to me, I personally think that, like, if you're gonna invest time into Classic, you may as well play it the way it's intended to be played, which is why that's how I always do it. But I can at least empathize with that point of view of, I just want to see the raids. I've also run into a lot of situations where, like, a group of friends from, like, a retail guild are playing Classic. This happened especially in SOD, where when SOD came out, a bunch of people in the Mythic raiding guild I was in at the time wanted to try it out. And as somebody who has played a lot of Classic, I was kind of in the mindset of, like, okay, we're gonna do the full thing, like, prep consumes and, like, farm dungeons for gear, and I'm, like, approaching it as if I'm playing Classic. But all of them were like, I just want to log in after hitting max level, which at the time was 25, show up for Black Fathom Deeps, put in minimal effort, and get loot. And I actually understood that. Also, I noticed what you said. As a retail player, I do wish the pace was a bit faster, but the content's still good. Yeah. I think this came up a little bit the other day, and I agree that I think the perfect blend is somewhere in the, Kata and MoP range in terms of leveling speed. But the general way in which you approach a lot of the A lot of like the end game gear progression, I still prefer how it is in older classic iterations. But yeah, I think a lot of classic players also just don't find there to be anything in retail. So while retail players can enjoy parts of classic, the inverse is not always true. And the whole journey, the sense of exploration and whatnot, I will admit that's kind of just gone in retail. If you play retail, you're pretty much only playing it for the end game content. And casual content these days in retail is just like fucking garbage. It is absolutely abysmal. If you're not doing real serious content, really all there is, retail has turned into one of two things. It's either like a challenging end game progression for PvE players, or it's just a Skinner box to keep mount collectors logging in. And there's a lot of mount collectors who, they are hooked. And they will play the most dogshit slop content that's ever been added to this game just because there's a bunch of mount recolors tied to it. Honestly, I don't often say stuff like this, but if there's one type of World of Warcraft player that I genuinely feel bad for, and I'm like, I don't know why they're playing this game, it is mount collectors. Not necessarily people who play WoW for other reasons and just happen to enjoy collecting mounts. Like, I have raided with a bunch of people who also like to collect mounts. That's fine. You know, it's fine to have something that you enjoy. But I do know some people who absolutely hate everything in retail and still only play because they are just fixated on seeing their collection go up. And Blizzard knows that, and Blizzard absolutely milks the fuck out of those people. And that is kind of depressing, because, I mean, mount collecting at this point in retail is just fucking torture, man. I cannot imagine even caring about that. For a fan-made project, it's quite amazing how much of a cult Turtle WoW cultivated. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like you even just said, yeah, passion, you can't replace it with money. Classic reminds you of RuneScape in terms of the slow speed. Yeah, I mean, they came out around the same time, I think. And Turtle WoW, you just fucked around, did quests, and raided every now and then. Yeah, I mean, that's... Like, in Classic, that is kind of the way that you were intended to play the game, almost. Raiding was kind of an afterthought. So, it feels more rewarding to do that. Whereas these days in retail, there's just no point. Music shift. Same with CS players that just collect skins. They can make money off. Yeah, that's... If they are, you know, trading skins, I can understand that. Like, back in the day, I used to do the same thing in Team Fortress 2. That said, I also did really enjoy TF2 as a game. I often would play on, like, the Minecraft trading servers, and I would just fuck around and do, like, random 1v1s as I posted my trade advertisements. So I enjoyed both halves of CS2, or TF2. CSGO is a game that, I guess now CS2, is a game that I've never really enjoyed a ton, but I understand why people enjoy it. I've, like, played it with friends every now and then, and it's, like, fun to fuck around in, but I've never gotten as into it as a lot of people I know. Is that person still posting in... chat? Like, this person's group says they have 4 people, so I don't want to, like... I mean, if they have multiple players already, then obviously we can't really merge. But if it's just them, maybe I can grab them. If I reach a point where it's literally just 1 DPS that we need, maybe I'll message that person and see if they want to join. Okay, so there's more that I haven't seen. It looks like this is... Yeah, so that pirate island is technically part of Gilligam's Isle. So I guess I will check that out later. I will say, for this island, you can definitely tell, like, the quality over time. Because to my knowledge, this is one of the very early things they added. Which makes sense, because I think the initial vision for some of Turtle WoW's custom content was like, let's just add in all of the things that were in the alpha and beta that never made it to live. As just like a for fun thing. And then later on, they started adding the really crazy, like, brand new alternate zones. But this seems like a fairly basic zone. It's still cool. I definitely really like the design of this. And, like, it is kind of interesting how Stranglethorn is so iconic, but this type of biome is really only present in Stranglethorn. So having, like, kind of a Stranglethorn jungle isle, you know, this type of vibe is really, really, really cool. I've always really wanted something like Plunder Isle in the lore to be added to retail. We don't really have anything quite like that. Obviously, they've added things kind of like that. Like even Tiergard Sounds has some pirate influence, but it's not the same, I think. Guessing this would have been part of a long chain. You can also tell, like, some of the spaces feel a lot more empty, which does kind of align with classic design philosophy, but also this feels like they just took the original map from Alpha and then tried to, like, fit as much stuff as they could into it. But at a certain point, if you're taking, like, a baseline map and then trying to fill in the blanks, there's only so much you can realistically do, especially if it was never really designed to be played in. Wonder if I can pick up that quest without... no, it might be tricky. There's Makura there. Yeah, there's Makura in that ship. Okay. I won't be able to actually get there. A dumb Twitch TV said, here to pay my respects. Yeah, I mean, I think there's parties going on the actual server. There's definitely a lot of people logging in. The world chat is way more active, because I've been playing pretty frequently over the last 2 weeks, and it's been fairly dead. But today, it's like, I mean, a switch flipped, and now everybody's just yapping in world chat. That's kind of cool to see. I'd imagine this is what it was probably like during the Prime days, which I unfortunately missed out on. Okay, I think I've seen most of the islands at this point, and I can't really, like, I could go up there and check out, like, the little, you know, nooks and crannies that I didn't get to. Oh, shit. I'll just walk straight into that. Alright, let's try and drop combat. I need to be careful, though. I don't want to pull something else along the way. I should be able to get this to leash. Oh, come on. Fuck off. Yeah, I was gonna say, that felt like it should have been leash range. It was, like, literally 1 yard off. We're good. Yeah, I won't be able to check out every single little corner of this, especially with the mobs being so high level, but I've gotten the general idea of the islands. Pretty cool place. Would have been nice to explore, like, Zul Hazu a little bit more and see inside these ruins, but there's zero chance I'll be able to do that. I wonder, like, how many quests this place actually has, because there were actually a decent amount of quests in all the custom zones, covering pretty much all of the different areas, but I have to imagine that some of this space is just kind of empty. Like, this little island here felt somewhat unoccupied. I don't know. Now we check out Gilligam's Isle. .36 through 40. Wow. There's a lot of people online right now. Holy shit. I didn't even realize. Okay, I was wondering, like, maybe I'll message if there's anybody in this level range. It literally shows you the ruined castle as you go to turn it in. Is there like a cutscene or something? I did not notice that. Huh. But yeah, no, I don't think whatever it is you're talking about, I don't think I saw that. I did all the quests, though. There was only one elite quest. Actually, no, there were two elite quests at the very end of Baelor that I didn't get to do. You come up to the ruined camp to turn in the journal, and the castle is right there in full display. Oh, like you get a good view of it. Ooh. There's a centaur? This music goes fucking crazy. God damn. I heard that there's, like, the full Turtle WoW soundtrack on Spotify. I'll have to check it out later on to see if I missed any of the tracks after I do the full tour. But some of these are really, really good. Oh, yeah. I went there. I guess I just never looked up. That is a really good view, though. Yeah, the exterior of Stormrot Castle looks really cool. There's a little friendly mob in there. Okay, so there's... Where is that island? Is it all the way out there? Jeez. It looks like it should be close in the map, but it's so far that it's, like, not even rendered. I'm not sure if I actually have any flight paths on this island. I remember hearing that one of the islands is for Alliance and the other's for Horde. And there's, like, a little bit of crossover, but it's mostly isolated. And obviously this seems to be the Alliance island, so I'm guessing Gilligam's Island is for Horde. So I'll probably need to make my way back up to Lapidus Isle in order to fly out. So I can grab this quest while I'm on my way back. Great in High Elven Rex. I hovered over something in here. Oh, yeah, okay, there. It's a little box. Tel'abim had a lot of Horde quests. Interesting. I wonder, can I see any of them? I'm probably way too low level. Yeah. I don't think any quests would even show up. If there were some. I wonder if these, like, half-buried barrel, like, this might be a quest starting item. I could see that being the case. I'll have to find a safe place to get up into the mainland. Again, Armrot's Ruins. Like, how many people are online? Oh, well, I don't want to... I'll have to wait to do that. Jeez, this... Honestly, this island is fucking gigantic. The map didn't really do it justice. I feel like even one of these little islands is kind of the entire size of Baelor. And I liked Baelor. Baelor felt like a pretty well-fleshed-out zone. And then here, there's, like, multiple gigantic islands with tons of space. That is wild. Okay, so there's 1,155 people in total here. There's another Where is that? What? That's not on the map. What the fuck is that? There's just another island? Oh, dot S. Oh shit. Dot S. Dot S info. Ah, cool. No, I have zero interest in Octo WoW. I don't really think it's interesting. If the Turtle 1.18 files get leaked and it's like hosted somewhere that everybody can confirm is 100% safe and not a virus, I would consider it. If the Turtle team does like a new server, which I'm still waiting to see what they do for their like quote-unquote June announcement. I'm keeping an eye out for that. Okay, I mean, I have to swim out there, right? What the fuck is that? That's not on any of the maps. What is that? I'm trying, like... I have a full list written down of all the custom zones. And... I have no idea what this could be. I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, that's not Stranglethorn Vale, right? No, okay, I'm swimming away from Stranglethorn. It's probably gonna take a while. And then the swim back. I wish I had more swim speed potions, but I have not been able to find any in the auction house, and getting the materials to make them is not the easiest. Do I even dare look down? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh god. I almost wish that there was fatigue on this server. Just discourage me from swimming into fatigue waters, because I just always end up scaring myself. Wait, shit, am I gonna hit the server border? It looks like the map just ends here. Huh. I mean, look, if I fall off the edge of the world, that would be cool, I suppose. I wonder what this is supposed to be, though. I definitely get the vibe that this is, like, an unfinished section of the map that they just kind of copy-pasted and forgot about. Hunter said, hey. Okay, yeah, it looks like that is what happened. They copy-pasted one of the islands. Oh, I guess the hunter had to go. I mean, we still have time. I will just start aggressively whispering people. And, look, worst case scenario, if I cannot find enough at-level people... I will just take a carry from a level 60, but I want to try and do this dungeon. I do think there's time. It's Davy Jones' locker. I like that explanation. It does kind of look cool from a distance. That might have actually been their intent. Just throw it out on, like, the world's border. I guess maybe they added this in back when fatigue was still a thing. So this wasn't meant to be something that you could actually reach, and it was just supposed to look like, ooh, there's this ominous isle off in the distance, which, I mean, the vibes of that are immaculate. That's so fucking cool. I've always wanted them to expand on the South Sea Isles in regular WoW. Obviously, I think, like, Lapidus Isle and Gilligam's Isle are kind of written out of the lore at this point. I don't think Blizzard would ever actually add them. But there's plenty of islands in the South Seas that are actually in the lore that they could add and have something of this vibe, where it's not like it's not a really traditional questing zone. It's just kind of this, uncharted little island with some scattered camps and quests and whatnot. And it's mostly just there to, like, add to the world building. Yeah, I think I need to start posting in world chat, I'm gonna be honest. Because we are not getting any bites. Fuck it. Probably easier to get people's attention. And there are enough people online to where I'm pretty sure... I feel like I could convince enough people to do one last run, but... we'll see. Okay, I can actually get onto land here. Nothing here. Oh, shit. Okay, this is going to be tricky to navigate. I don't think... yeah, there's a lot of Naga on these mountains. I don't think I can climb up this way. I'll have to go around. Guessing that's a quest mob. Okay, I can try and get onto the mainland here. I'd like to be able to actually explore on foot. Well, I mean, on my mount and not have to swim anywhere. Because this makes it take significantly longer and I still have a lot of ground to cover. Though at least most of the other zones, I don't think, be in the water most of the time. Okay, shallow enough. I could probably land and make a break for it there. But I'm going to see if there's a better spot. Okay, this looks pretty good. Shit. Don't want to aggro that. Seems good. Okay. I could probably wrap around from here. This seems... as long as I don't accidentally somehow aggro one of those mobs in there. Yeah, I can clear that gap. Okay. Where do I go from here? Like to not pull that? I have aggroed something. I think I just need to hold W and pray that I can outrun these panthers. Oh, fuck. Okay, this seems empty. This looks like the way towards a camp. But I would imagine it's a horde camp. So hopefully I don't walk straight into a level 60 guard. It is a horde camp. Some more over there. Okay. So I want to crash Zeppelin. I think the best way to get to the other island is probably just to jump in the water instead of having to dodge all of those basilisks. Is there actually any way up there, though? Those cliffs look pretty high. Oh, okay, cool. We still have the hunter. I think I can dodge this panther. There's more. Not really chasing me, at least. It does not want to jump in the water. How the fuck do I get up there, though? Do I have to take that bridge? Oh, God. Is it coming after me? It's still in combat! Come on, man. Okay. I guess I try to get away onto that bridge. Maybe get up from there? Just make a break for it before any of the panthers get me. Let's try and check this place out from a distance. Oh, shit. Yeah, definitely Wowhammer. Yeah, what level are you? 35? Especially for healing, levels shouldn't matter a ton. As long as you can enter the instance, then that's all that really matters. But I'm pretty sure 35 is enough. It's cool. Atlas says it's 35 to 42. Yeah. I wrote it down in my notes. Yeah, my notes say 35 to 41, so it seems consistently, wherever I copied my notes from, which I believe was the wiki, 35 says the minimum. Yeah, should be fine then. We're on the slightly lower ends for levels, obviously excluding me, but also, you know, I trust that I can carry the damage, surely. And maybe we can try and get, like, a slightly higher level, like, low 40s. It was a shame there was a rogue that I was running a lot of my dungeons with, who also made it to, level 42, Audubana on my friends list. But they actually messaged me and said that they weren't going to be able to log in today. Because initially we were planning on trying to do Stormrot, and I figured we could keep, like, similar people from the other dungeons, but obviously not everybody's able to no-life this for 2 weeks in a row. So I guess their schedule didn't allow them to log in for the final day. Unfortunate. It is kind of cool how many, like, people I've met doing these dungeons. Initially, I was fully prepared to just go in here and do a bunch of solo questing for a few weeks and see what I could, and then, you know, the server would die. But I've gotten a lot of dungeon runs, and I've met a lot of cool people while doing it. Which is also kind of a shame, because a lot of them I don't really think I'll get to play with again. What's that? Plans? Ooh. Damn. A jewel crafting recipe, too. That's pretty sick. Okay, there. I don't see any other way to get onto this island, but there are a lot of mobs here, so I think I just need to book it and pray. Okay, somehow I didn't pull any of them. What server do you think people move to? I mean, people have talked a lot about what server they plan on moving to. So far, I have not heard any server that I think would be a true... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That's not good. That's bad. That's really bad. I need this to leash. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I need this to leash. I need this to leash, and then I need to be able to mount up again. I might be dead here. I don't pull anything else. Oh, shit! I have no idea why that had such a short leash, but I won't complain. The route on those mobs is crazy. Okay, whatever I do, I need to not pull any creepers. What is that island? Is that also part? That might actually be Stranglethorn. No, actually, that's this. It just looks really far away. But yeah, I have not heard of anything that sounds like a true successor to Turtle WoW. Obviously, I can't speak for everybody. I can at least say my personal plan, which is to just, you know, wait. I'm gonna go back to doing what I've always done, retail, and... Initially, I was actually thinking about trying out TBC Classic, but I don't even think I'm gonna do that at this point. I feel like playing regular Classic now would just feel shallow. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy regular Classic at this point. I might check out TBC in, like, Sunwell patch, but I don't really have any interest in playing it right now. This is awkward. Oh, no. I think I can probably live this. Surely it leashes. Worst case, I can... Yeah, okay. You didn't know I played on Turtle WoW? Yeah, I've been playing on here for the last 2 weeks. I have not been actively playing on the server, at least, like, prior to the last few weeks. But it's something that I've, like, dabbled with every now and then, and I keep saying, oh yeah, eventually I'm gonna have free time, and then I'm finally gonna be able to play Turtle WoW. And then I did finally have free time. Finally, a few weeks ago, my guild killed Mythic Lura, and I was like, finally, I can play Turtle WoW like I wanted. And then they announced it shutting down, so... I've made the most of it. I've gotten to level 42 in the time that was left. I'm pretty happy with everything I've done, and now I'm currently forming a group to run the final of the custom dungeons that I wanted to experience, but... yeah, overall, it has been a blast. Okay. Nothing here, just a nice little cosmetic island. Can't complain. Okay, so how the fuck do I get up there? I think there's a little path in the middle of this area. Yeah, like leading south, I could probably get there. You were able to run some of the new dungeons and zones, but not a lot? Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised to see that a lot of other people had the same mentality as me. Because I ran into a lot of people, well, relatively speaking, right? Like, the server has been kind of dead the last few weeks, but I expected it to be completely devoid of people. And when I started doing this, a handful of people popped into the streams and were like, why are you playing on a server that's about to shut down? Like, that's dumb. And they didn't understand, like, well, why would you not want to experience the custom content? But I did run into a decent amount of people, enough to at least form multiple dungeon groups, who also were trying to get as much done in the meantime. The zone looks like Australia. It does kind of have that shape, yeah. It's, I mean, it's more tropical, and there's less kangaroos, but I can see it. Yeah, I think... yeah, I'm holding out hope that they do find a way to really bring it back, but kind of what people were talking about with that other server, Octo WoW, I don't know. For me, unless there is literally a truly full revival where all the new custom content is brought back for real, I'm not really interested in giving it a shot. I'd really love to still be able to do Terror of Karazhan and Timbermaw Holds, and to my knowledge, that's not on Octo WoW, so that's the main thing that I was still looking forward to doing. Okay. Can I run up here without dying? Looks like it. Oh, this is the Horde base. Ah, okay. Well, then I probably shouldn't go any further. Okay, so there's one area on the northern coast that I need to check out. And then I need to see these two islands. And then we can make our way back to Lapidus Isle and take the flight out of here. I really love the music here, by the way. This is such a vibe. Makes me sad that I didn't actually get to quest here, because it would have been such a fun zone to just kind of zone out and kill mobs in. Okay, whatever I do, I need to avoid those moss creepers, because those will fuck my shit up. I don't know if there's enough coastline for me to drop threat. Oh, no. Dead here. Probably. Yeah, I'm not getting out of this one. That daze was really unfortunate. It's fine, though. I can just... oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to corpse run. I have to imagine I'm gonna do a decent amount of corpse running in some of these higher zones. The fact that I even survived this long is kind of a miracle. Though, it'll probably be a little bit easier on the zones that aren't islands. Because the issue there is, I looked ahead, there's no coastline left. If I ran that way, I would have hit the water. So, I think that probably was the only chance of survival. Just pray I don't get dazed, and then I probably could have dodged the other cats. But then the first auto from that one tiger that was too close. Insta-daze. Oh, what are you gonna do? Live Molly. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Nice. Oh. Okay, let's at least get to full. Because there's nothing that's gonna attack. Dude, every single exit is covered by jungle creepers. I think I can make this jump. Oh no. Oh no. Geometry! Okay, I need to pray. No days. No days. No days! Oh! No days. No days. No! No! Not the fucking room! Come on. Motherfucker. Okay, I can heal myself, at the very least. I should be able to get out of this. One mob, that's fine. Yeah. Dude, those roots are brutal. Okay, yeah, but the panthers can't chase me in the water, at least. Woo! Alright, I can't see anything that interesting. It looks like there's a little mine up there in the northern mountains, but that place is fucking scary, man. I'm not gonna go back in there. I'll just say that I've seen all I really need to see and move on to the other islands. I think the only way they prove themselves is getting the current patch working without bugs. Yeah, for sure. If they can't bring it back, they should just leak all the custom game files, make Blizzard facepalm after shutting them down. Well, there's stuff in the lawsuit that prevents that. So, the one thing that I'm not sure of is whether, if somebody anonymously leaks it, could all of the people on the Turtle WoW team be held accountable? And people keep saying that yes, that if the files leak, they'll automatically be held accountable. But, like, the law just doesn't work like that, right? If they have actual plausible deniability, if an individual person is genuinely completely unrelated, how is, like, one random volunteer on the team supposed to be held legally accountable if someone in Russia decides to leak the files? I'm not even saying this from a perspective of, oh, I want them to leak the files and use this trick to get away with it. No, just, like, from a legal standpoint, that would be super fucked for the individual person. Like, frankly, it is very generous on the part of the Turtle WoW devs in the first place to actually even close the server to protect those people in the US, because I do think it is probably true that if they really wanted to, they probably could keep it running. But they're obviously doing this to protect the people that Blizzard can reach. So that's admirable of them. But that being said, I don't think that there is any legal basis for someone to basically completely, or in this case Blizzard, to completely ruin the life of one random US volunteer just because a completely unrelated person leaked the files. Whether or not that happens, I mean, still, it's TBD. But even if it does, I'm unconvinced that the law would allow them to just completely persecute one random employee over something that would be completely out of their control. Obviously, if it was then shown that they had a hand in it, that's a separate story. But if they really were completely unrelated with it, then that just seems like it would be a massive injustice. So, I don't know. Best case scenario would be the Turtle devs not named in the lawsuit. Yeah, exactly. I do think there is a chance they try to do that, especially because they've been, like, posting those kind of cagey announcements of, oh, you know, from every ending, there's a new beginning. So they're definitely teasing that they're going to be doing something after the fact. Who knows what that is? I mean, they might just be starting their own, like, project. Be that a new MMO or just a new game. Who knows? But they are teasing something. Oh no, Ranty. Is there anybody else on my friends list? Nobody really high enough level for this. I mean, there's still time, though. I'm not in a rush. As long as we have, like, I think 3 hours is kind of the amount of time I want to give myself to run this place, just in case. I don't think it'll take that long, but you never know. Listen to the tale of insomnia. Ooh. If that's the case, they could just merge with Ascension and relaunch it under them. That would be interesting, I guess. I've never been a big fan of Ascension, though. You're waiting in the tower? Where's Ranty? Oh. They're doing that quest. I remember that one. I did that on stream the other day. Thought about that if one of the big private servers picked up Turtle's code. Yeah, that definitely could be an option. Level to 40? Okay, yeah. I'm not going to be able to do any actual quests on this place. That is definitely out of my reach. Today is the final day? Yeah. We, how much time is left? There are, 5.5 hours left in Turtle WoW. Very sad. I think I forgot to check out this little southern area of Lapidus Isle. So I can... yeah, this coastline. I'll check that out. Why does this troll speak normally? Oh, did he not have, like, a Yaman type of accent? Yeah, he does seem, like, pretty normal. Yeah, that definitely doesn't have, like, the troll lingo to it. I see what you mean. Wallow Talker. Seems like a quest mob. Definitely big, like, quest, collect your head type mob energy. Let's avoid that guy. Alright, I'm gonna make my way up the coast. I'm gonna head to Kalen's Rest. And then I shall fly back to Booty Bay. And we'll continue our journey up the coast. A lot of people don't like Ascension. You worked with them as a mod when the original owner owned it. She sold it about a year after they started making the classless server, and it's never been the same. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that Ascension has, like, undergone a lot of changes over the years. The only time I ever considered, like, maybe giving it a shot was way back in the day. Uh, I'm not even sure if Classic was a thing back when it first came out. Um, what's it called? But yeah, I remember early on when it was just kind of like a random classless server. I had some friends who played on it, and they were trying to convince me to join. I never did, but there was a point a long time ago where I was at least like considering it. Like I gave it a thought. But the more that I heard about it over the years, I don't know. It never really seemed interesting to me. I said this in like some of the earlier streams where I was leveling through Turtle WoW. Um, but the main reason why this server always seemed interesting to me and why I actually tried it, whereas I haven't played any other private servers, is the entire idea seemed to be just kind of expanding World of Warcraft in the actual style that the original developers intended. So it was like a faithful expansion that felt like this could just be a thing in actual World of Warcraft. And as someone who likes actual World of Warcraft, more stuff that feels like it belongs in the actual game is welcome. It's cool. And I think they did a great job with that. But Ascension felt like very gimmicky to me, of like, it's World of Warcraft, but different. And it's like, okay, but like, I like World of Warcraft. I don't want World of Warcraft, but different. I just want more World of Warcraft. So that's kind of the thing that always felt off-putting. And a lot of private servers over the years always kind of had that feel to me. Which is why I was never super interested in most of them. Where's the Flight Master? Oh, right here, okay. Let's head back to Booty Bay. Overall, these two islands, pretty cool. I really wish I got to actually quest through them. They seem definitely way bigger than some of the new custom zones, but a bit more empty. I have no idea how full the actual questing process would feel, but they still very much capture the vibe of, you know, South Sea Islands, which is still kind of missing these days in retail. How many hours till the shutdown? 5.5. Will GM drop a comment that wipes out Azeroth to end the server? And then we get, Azeroth or Turtle WoW, A Realm Reborn? Samura-san, level 43 rogue. Okay, hey, that is what I'm looking for. Sick. Do you think servers like Warmane will get shut down? I have no idea, man. I'm the wrong person to ask for, like, the intricacies of private servers. Like I just said, this is the only one I've ever played on, so I could not tell you. I have no idea. But somebody else said Warmane is safe, so, you know, I guess if you want to trust them, you can. If you ever decide to give it a shot, you can't wait until they release their new COA server, which is Classic WoW with 21 new classes. I'll be honest, I won't. Like, I would say there is, like, sub 10% odds. Like, never say never and all that. But there is very, very, very low chance. I mean, I have been trying to find time to play Turtle WoW for genuinely over a year at this point. I've been leveling on and off, spending like little bits of time here and there. And this is the first time in literally over a year where I had enough free time to sit down and actually play the server. And this is the only one that ever really stood out to me. There's just simply way too many things that I need to work on. And even now, like, playing the server as much as I had, like, I don't regret the time that I've spent playing this, obviously, because, you know, if I didn't do it now, it would be completely gone. But there's a lot of work that I would have liked to get done on Follow the Arrow and, like, leveling guides and just other things. Like, one of the things that I'm going to be doing... so after this is done... Oh, server-wide announcement just said, end of the world party in Moonwhisper Coast. Fancy. But after all of this is done, I'm going to take, like, a short break where I'm just, like, I'm not going to do anything. This was, like, initially my plan was after the retail season was finished, I was going to take a short vacation and play Turtle WoW. But that was also before it was going to be shut down. So the initial plan was I just, like, casually level and just kind of vibe doing classic WoW stuff. But as much fun as I have had the last 2 weeks, this has been a very stressful experience of trying to pack, like, over a month's worth of classic WoW gameplay into 2 weeks. I have gotten very little sleep, and I have been very stressed waking up every single day thinking I need to keep leveling to make sure that I can see as much as I possibly can before it's gone. And, you know, it's fun, but also it's not exactly what I would call, like, a relaxing vacation. So I'm not going to try OctoWoW. I have zero interest in that. Somebody asked about that earlier, so I won't repeat it, but yeah. Not for me. But yeah, after Turtle WoW's done, I'm gonna take like at least a week off and just do nothing. Outside of, obviously, I'm gonna do a quick update for Follow the Arrow for like important quality of life features that have been kind of month delayed or so. So that's like number one priority, but that shouldn't be too much. A lot of the quality of life stuff that I'm planning, I'm like halfway done with that. There's only a few new things that I need to add, and then I can throw out that like mini patch. And then bigger Follow the Arrow changes will happen over the next month, but I need a break before I get to work on like anything more substantial. 12.0.7 things also I'll start testing like when it's a week or so from being ready. But, I mean, PTR testing I never do these days until right before it's ready, because they always do lower stuff. Second half, I think. You're playing on Octa right now after they open source the launcher? Yeah, I mean, I've heard mixed things about it. I won't comment again. I've given my thoughts on it. I won't say one way or another, like, whether people should play it or not. I also don't know enough to give, like, a strong opinion. All I can say is that I personally don't have interest in it. But yeah, I need at least a break to do whatever the fuck. But then, after the Follow the Arrow update, there's also... I'm gonna post a few of my dungeon runs, so... what's it called? Frostbane Hollow, Dragonmaw Retreat, and Crescent Grove. I ran those 3 dungeons off-stream, but I recorded it, so I'm gonna post the full dungeon recordings over the next few days on this channel as well, just to, like, have it out there for, like, you know... record keeping, so there's like it's immortalized on this channel, at least those dungeons, because I think they were very fun runs, and I definitely want to have them posted since they weren't done on stream. And then at some point over the weekend, I'm gonna sit down and just record kind of like a final like retrospective on my thoughts on like Turtle WoW, the experience I've had the last few weeks, and like general thoughts on Classic Plus going forward, and you know what Blizzard might do with it. And I'm gonna do minimal editing. I'll probably throw just like background footage of different things that I experienced during the leveling process in Turtle, just B-roll as I sit there and yap. And I will throw that on not this channel, but like the other channel, the archive channel, just to diversify a little bit. So we'll do that, and then break. Which, during that break, one thing I'm probably going to do is I really want to try Guild Wars 1. So I think I'm just gonna play that on my own in my free time and give it a shot. I might stream it in the future if I end up really enjoying it. I have no idea. But I think I'm gonna at least give it a shot on my own, just for fun. Maybe I'll even play another Total War Warhammer campaign. That's always a nice thing to do whenever I have a little bit of free time. And then once I've like fully relaxed, you know, unwound from the stress that has been Mythic Luraprog straight into this like 2-week madness, then we'll go back to the usual. And then one of the things I plan on doing is I'm going to do like a 0 to hero on Europe, and I'm going to try and get all of my healers leveled up on Europe, and I'm going to get them Keystone Hero, and I'm going to try to find a Mythic Prog guild on Europe to join. Still have no idea what healer I'm going to play, and actually I think that should be fun, because I'm going to try to level up all the different healers, and obviously I don't have that much experience playing healer, so I guess I'll have to figure out which one I kind of click with the most, and then whatever I feel ends up being my strongest healer after I've done all of them, that's what I'll probably try and apply for guilds with. So that should be fun. That's something I've been meaning to do for a while, and then I kind of figured, you know, I can make it into, like, you know, a YouTube streaming series. So we'll do that. There's a Turtle WoW GM that said Chinese servers will not get shut down. Interesting if true. Lonarra healer main. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, the times that I have played healer recently, I feel like I've been getting a lot better. I'm obviously still gonna always be a tank main at heart. Like, that's not gonna change. Tanking is still the thing I love. But from where I started, like, I first really tried to learn healing back in the War Within, early on in Season 1, and I was dog shit. When you have 0 experience healing, it's really hard to, like, get a feel for the fundamentals. But I think over the last, like, year and a half, I've kept at it, and I've kept practicing, and I feel like I've gotten a lot better, which is why I really want to try and actually push myself. I think it would be really nice to be able to say that I can actually play... I mean, I was going to say a second role. Technically, I can DPS if I wanted to, depending on the spec. I have done Mythic Prog with multiple DPS specs. That's really more of like a case-by-case basis, though. But healing is something where I cannot currently say that I am a good healer at like a cutting-edge level. So it would be really cool to be able to say that I've gotten cutting-edge on all 3 specs, or all 3 roles. Whether or not I end up getting cutting-edge in a second guild this tier, that's still TBD. I might just end up joining like a low-level mythic guild just to get a feel for it, but eventually I would like to be able to join like a cutting-edge guild on Europe as well. It's going to be a lot of work, though, but, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I've gotten 2 cutting edges in a single tier. I did, in Undermine, I got cutting edge as Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin in 2 completely different guilds. When did I last get CE as DPS? Jaina? Cutting Edge, yeah, would be Jaina. I played Havoc for Cutting Edge Jaina. I have tanked Mythic bosses, or I have killed Mythic bosses as a DPS spec since then. Like, some random prog bosses will swap DPS. I think the last, like, 3 expansions, I pretty much exclusively played tank for Mythic Prog, especially because now I've been in higher-level guilds where that's obviously the expectation. Whereas, like, back in the day, if I'm in, like, a lower-level guild and, you know, there's some, like, weird stuff. Ironically, though, I think... I can't remember if... Since Sanctum of Domination, I think I've always done all of my prog kills as tank. Except in Castle Nathria, I did my prog kill of Sun King's Salvation as a healer. Now, that was obviously only like a low-level boss. It wasn't cutting edge or anything. But I actually think I've more recently killed a prog boss as a healer than as a DPS. At least, like, when I say prog, I mean, like, my first kill. I've done some, like, mythic alt runs on a DPS spec every now and then, but I do not count that. The last actual, like, cutting-edge prog boss that I killed with a DPS was Jaina as Havoc. Since then, it's just been tanks. Uh, you're just here due to the YouTube algorithm showing me your live stream channel. You didn't even know what Follow the Arrow is? Ah, yeah. I mean, so I'm just more yapping in general. I would imagine there probably are a lot of people who are just tuning in for the Turtle WoW stuff and have no idea what I was saying. But there are a lot of people who are obviously going to watch this either live or as a VOD later on who are more familiar with like the regular stuff I do, which if you don't know, if you are just here from the YouTube algorithm or you're just a Turtle WoW person, I am primarily a retail content creator. This is my third YouTube channel, and I'm streaming on here just as like a, Blizzard don't like copy strike my channel or something. If they do, I don't think they will, but if, God forbid, Blizzard copy strikes me, this is my third YouTube channel. I have, like, multiple layers of protection from not having it fuck up my livelihood. But primarily, I make retail stuff, and Follow the Arrow is my retail leveling add-on that I made for this expansion, but I have not been able to update it recently because I've been very, very, very busy. So I have had a lot of people constantly messaging me on Discord and leaving comments in the CurseForge page saying, when are you going to add this? When are you going to add that? It's like, I'm working on it. I'm trying my best. But also, at a certain point, I want to prioritize things that I enjoy, like Turtle WoW, instead of constantly working on new updates for add-ons and whatnot. I have to have a break at some point. This is my break. Can't be more shady than Daddy Blizzard? Yeah. And I don't think they're going to copy strike. There is nothing that prevents you from streaming private server content on YouTube. On Twitch, you actually can't. It is against Twitch terms of service for some reason. But YouTube is fine. Which is also the reason I'm not multi-streaming onto my Twitch channel. Which normally, whenever I stream, I do that. But in this case, only streaming here. Yeah. Yeah, you even just said the Twitch thing. Also on Kick? Yeah, but I mean, like, who gives a shit about Kick? I have absolutely zero interest in that platform. The only people I know who stream on Kick are, like, dubious individuals that I don't want to stream on that platform. You don't think they'll care once Turtle is down? Yeah, that was kind of my logic as well. I did consider putting one video on my main channel, maybe, but I figured out. The other thing is, like, so going forward, yeah, true. On Kick, they definitely have no problem with streaming any shady stuff, for sure. Going forward, I kind of want there to be, like, a separation of the types of content I cover. Because primarily, obviously, I cover retail stuff, and the vast majority of people who subscribe to my main channel are interested in retail things. Now, I'll still post, like, big classic leveling guides, like my Miss of Pandaria classic guide, I still post it on my main channel. Big videos like that, I still want to have on the main area there. But there's, like, a lot of little miscellaneous guides that I like to post, where sometimes, there's a really important bit of information that I want to make sure people have access to. WoD leveling guide? I mean, I hope so. If WoD Classic is confirmed, I will make a leveling guide. I might even consider making a Follow the Arrow variant for WoD Classic. We'll see. We'll see. But I've been thinking about, like, I have these 3 monetized channels, and when I initially created these 3 channels, I didn't even plan to get them monetized. Currently, actually, this channel, Lonarra, is not monetized, because I just stopped uploading to this one for over a year, so it lost its monetization. But it was monetized for a time, and at least it has, like, enough subscribers to get remonetized if I were to start using it actively again. But I kind of reached the point where I'm like, what do I do with 3 channels? Because initially the idea was I have my main channel for the big videos, I have a second channel where I could just dump, like, stream VODs and miscellaneous crap that I don't care if it, like, gets ad revenue or not. But then that channel got monetized, that was this one. And then I made my Stream Archive channel, and then that channel got monetized because a bunch of the random shorts I posted popped off. So now I'm like, okay, well, if it's monetized, then I can actually justify uploading smaller videos on there, because the size of the channel doesn't matter. All that matters is whether or not it gets views. So as long as there is monetization there, I can effectively use it as a regular channel. So then it has kind of allowed me to shift from the big quality videos, the ones that I put all the editing into, those are the main channel. And then like miscellaneous, like I just press record and like share an important tidbit of information in like a 5-minute video and throw it up there on YouTube. Those videos I can post on the second channel. But now that I have effectively 2 second channels, what am I going to use them for? And the thing that I eventually realized is I didn't really need this one. Like, I had no reason for this, which is why I just kind of stopped uploading to it. But I think going forward, what I'm probably going to do is have this channel for more, like, classic and miscellaneous content. Like, something that I'm probably going to do later this year. I don't know exactly when I'll do it, but it is something I want to do, is I'm going to try and 100% New World before it shuts down. Because I played New World a little bit when it first came out, and people over the years kept telling me, like, oh, it's, like, so much better now, you should definitely check it out, and now New World's shutting down. So, similar to kind of how I've wanted to play through all of Turtle WoW before it's gone, I'd really like to see all of the new stuff that people kept telling me about before it's gone forever. Oh, Zentarial, I ran dungeons with them earlier. So I'll probably do that at some point, I guess, if... I will most likely end up streaming that. That's, like, still half a year out, though. So I don't have any concrete plans nailed down. I just know it is something that I want to do. But I'll probably stream that here, whenever that happens. And at this point, it's just a matter of, like, when, not if, for Blizzard's Classic Plus. So any sort of Classic Plus content that I may end up making in the future, which, if it's fun, I'll play it. And if I'm playing it, I'll probably make guides for it. Because usually I just like making guides on whatever it is I happen to find. So whenever that happens, I'll probably post it here. And I think maybe a good way to go forward with this is Big Video's main channel for, like, all types of WoW, then miscellaneous classic-related videos on this channel, and then miscellaneous retail videos on the Stream Archive channel. That way they're more, like, focused in on what people are actually looking for. Let's see. Last WoW server you played on was retail, but you're taking a break from it to catch up on your backlog of games. Yeah, and I mean, the thing about retail is it's mostly seasonal, right? So usually, if you want to play it, you want to join in at, like, the start of a new season. You're in an add-on dev Discord with a couple of turtle devs. They said all the servers are going off. Yeah, I heard mixed things about that, but it did sound like there was some confirmation the Chinese servers were shutting down. But I did hear a few people say, like, oh, I think they're going to secretly keep them up. But that seems silly. I'm sure legally they were probably told they had to bring all the servers down. So I trust your word on that, Piers. Healer's your go-to class spec, but only in later years of WoW. During Classic, you try to stay away from it unless you're playing with friends. Yeah, healing in retail is definitely way more engaging than healing in Classic. Healing in Classic is kind of boring. But in retail, healing is, like, the most hectic role in most cases. Some of Twitch rules are brainless? Yeah, for sure. From your understanding, the reason why Blizzard wants to take down Turtle WoW is because in the near future they're planning similar classic content. I mean, I'm sure there's multiple reasons why they felt compelled to shut down Turtle WoW, but definitely they are planning Classic Plus. It has been all but confirmed. The one thing I'm, like, 99% sure on, based on what has been leaked, is that at BlizzCon they will announce it. Anything beyond that, I have no idea. Also... Okay, so we're still waiting on Aranti to get over here. I'm not sure if Aranti knows how to get here, so we might need to lead them. Here. I have a lot of Rumsey Rum Black Label. Oh, shit. I'm good on Elixirs of Fortitude, and yeah, basically the only thing I actually need is Elixir of Greater Defense. That actually would be really big. And I don't know if you have any Arcane Elixirs, Wowhammer, but everything else I have tons. I have, like, tons of healing potions, I have tons of strength and max health flasks. But I am low on Greater Defense, so that would actually be quite nice. And yeah, you could definitely give it to them. Here, I'll trade you. I'll trade you this, and then I need to clear out more. I'll ration this out. Actually, screw it. I have enough Elixir of Greater Defense, and it's not like I need them for other things anyway. Let's do this. I think 2 hours of coverage should be enough, right? Also, here, take these. I'll give Samura-san some as well. Also, do you all have armor kits? I know I gave you some earlier, yeah, so you still have them, Mohammer. Did I trade you armor kits? Yeah, okay, you need one for boots. So I'll give you one. Did I trade you Greater Agi Elixir? I can't remember. Either way, take this. And, oh yeah, and take Superior Healing Potion. And then I'll trade... I also have Dragon Breath Chili, but... Does that work? Because it says enemies struck in melee. Do they have to hit you, or does it proc off your stuff? And then, okay, let's set aside some stuff for Aranti. Oh, also, did I give Samura-san... I don't think, Let me check their gear. Okay, yeah, they need... one armor kit. And did you... I can't remember. Did I trade you the one armor kit? I think... no, I might have forgotten. Oh yeah, if you have Arcane Elixirs on an alt, that would be amazing. That is, I think, yeah, the only thing I still need. Oh shit, I also have a bunch of these that I could trade. That would be... It wouldn't matter for the rogue, but each of you guys could get some of these. And I'd still have a bunch left over. So here, H-Blood. H-Blood. Yeah, I have a bunch of salves, but I think that's, more limited. Yeah, give me a second. I see there's a few messages in chat that I haven't read, but I will take a look. I'm just trying to make sure that I get everything sorted here and trade everybody the consumes they need. Here, I think you guys can use Dragon Breath Chili. I'm pretty sure that works. Yeah, I think 5 should be enough for me. The server shuts down in 5 hours. Almost exactly. I think that's about everything that really matters. Because, like, obviously, we don't all need Elixir of Greater Defense. That's mostly for me. And Gift of Arthas is I need to take damage. I also have Elixir of Giants, personally. Okay, nice. So, Ranty, I can give... some stuff. Troll's blood. And yeah, that should be everything. Does Aranti have armor kits? No. Okay, there is 3 left. I think that's mostly everything. I should put restorative potion on my bars somewhere just in case it's needed. I have a lot of the consumes up here. I also suspect that there will be opportunities for Stratholme Holy Water here. I am too low level for Greater Arcane Elixir, unfortunately. Requires 47. If you have any lesser ones, though, I don't know if you're able to craft any. If not, it's fine. I actually have 2 of them. So what I was initially planning on doing is the second half of the dungeon, the harder part, I should have full coverage. Oh, also, I should give healing potions. If you need any greater or superior healing potions, let me know, Wowhammer. Okay, while you get that sorted, Wowhammer, we could probably do this outdoor quest for Samura-san. And then I'll buff up. So we'll do... Actually, I'll give you Sanctuary, because I think you can buff Might, right? In that case, yeah, I'll give you Sanctuary, I'll give everybody else Wisdom, and you can buff Might if you want. Gear Jammer. Sanctuary is... yeah, just reduced damage taken. I guess Wowhammer we could just give Sanctuary and Wisdom. But that should work. If you could give me Might, though, that would be great. And then you have Ret Aura, I have Diva Aura, perfect. I'll save my consumes until we're inside, just to make sure. Okay, let's... yeah, I'm gonna be, like, kind of half brain off, just killing stuff, and I want to catch up on chat. You've never played New World yourself, but all your friends told you it's a dumbed-down version of WoW. It's... I mean, I don't know if that's accurate. It felt very different than WoW when I last played. I don't know how much it's changed. I think you could call a lot of MMOs, like, you know, if you're being a little bit unfair, you could call a lot of them dumbed-down versions of WoW, but New World felt unique to me. I mean, it didn't feel that interesting, otherwise I obviously still would have continued playing it. There's a reason that I stopped. But it had, like, more action combat and stuff, which seems kind of cool. But I mostly just want to, before it's completely shut down, experience all of it. But that won't be until later in the year. You're a huge fan of these chill streams. Do I plan on doing it more? Depends on what you mean by chill streams, but... if by chill stream you just mean, like, not a speedrun type of thing, not, like, you know, speed leveling or raiding or whatever, and just doing, like, more miscellaneous stuff, then sort of, yes. Sinful said earlier he was planning to take a break. But yeah, the break won't be long. I just mean that, like, there'll be at least a week where I just need to just do whatever. It won't be in a super-duper extended break, don't worry. But when I come back, yes, I'm planning on doing, like, technically you could call it a 0 to hero, but really I'm just going to be setting up my European account. So I'm going to be kind of doing multiple 0 to heroes on Europe. Really, I'm just going to be getting brand new characters leveled up, and then I'm going to try and gear them up and join a European raiding guild. That's the plan. And I'm going to try and stream most of that process. I think it would be kind of interesting to see. But I don't have the exact details nailed down for that. I just know it's something I'll be doing in, like, a few weeks. And then when I have, like, more concrete stuff planned for it, I will probably make a post on my Discord. No blind weed in your bank at the auction house? Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, I'd imagine arcane elixirs are kind of hard to make, which is why I've seen, like, none of them on the auction house. I kind of regret using as many as I did while leveling, because I bought, like, a stack of 20, and then I ended up using them while leveling, but I never found any more posted. So I'm down to my last 2. I wish I saved a few extra. If they were that rare, if I knew they were that rare, I would have held on to more of them. Hey, Coffee Enjoyer. Oh shit, why am I actually... Just realized I'm PvP flagged. I turned off war mode. I don't know if it got turned back on or something. But technically I don't have any buffs rolling, so if somebody kills me, it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, I should put on Righteous Fury. Obviously, I know you can kind of, like, off-tank Gear Jammer. I'm assuming you're in, like, more ret stuff. You're sure Turtle WoW announcing the seamless remaster of content into Unreal Engine didn't help their case? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think the Unreal Engine stuff was really fucking stupid. I always thought it just sounded dumb. I personally don't see the appeal of, like, remastering it. Like, I actually think the classic art style holds up pretty well. One of the reasons the game is still so good to this day is that it has kind of a timeless style to it. So, so many people are just, like, hyper-fixated on graphics, and, like, that's all they give a shit about. So I always thought that was just a really stupid thing for them to be focusing on, and it's just unrealistic, right? They're not going to rebuild the entirety of the world in Unreal Engine. It's something that you could theoretically accomplish, but practically speaking, I just don't think that was ever something they were going to achieve. It's mostly so they had the source, the graphics were just a bonus, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I can... I feel bad, because that's probably confusing for them. Is it, like... Is there a mob at the top of this tower? I've kind of just been wandering around, killing stuff. The rogue said they needed a quest here. This tower just kind of looked like somewhere where a mob would be. But I do think the way they marketed it, you're absolutely right, that really drew Blizzard's attention. So... It just kind of bit them in the ass for, in my opinion, no reason. Oh, shit. Okay, well, there's a rare mob, it looks like. Okay, where is the named mob? It's this way. Alright, it's up this hill. Okay, so we have to go... here. We should be able to avoid these mobs, because I think there's enough to get the remaining sigils. And then wherever Warlord Jawbreaker is, I guess we also need that. How do we get up there, though? Is the path... Oh, that gate. Okay. I missed that. Oh, shit. Okay. Um... Yeah, I thought the rogue said they needed an outdoor quest. That's why I was doing this in the first place. And I had one, so... Okay, where is the actual entrance? There's a gate here, but it doesn't look like we can go in that way. So do we have to go in... Oh, do you have to go up the siege tower? Oh, shit. Oh, that is so cool. Mr. Asmo666 said, "Ha ha ha, so funny to watch this. Tomorrow I will log into my WoW account like every day and think that none of you thief-supporting losers will ever log into your WoW. You are a pathetic piece of shit. And, yeah. Please learn empathy. It's a very important skill to have. As somebody who actually plays WoW and is probably infinitely more accomplished at actual WoW than you will ever be, I still find this server to be really interesting, and I still feel bad for the people who had this as their preferred method of playing WoW and are losing it forever. So, yeah, you are a piece of shit. Get banned. Goodbye. Leave my favorite billion-dollar company alone. Some people are just so fucking weird, man. And yes, this is another new zone. This one, if you want to see the rest of Baelor, I actually did the entire leveling process on stream. But what I'm doing now is the final dungeon, Stormrock Castle. Which I've heard very good things about. And I mean, so far, the way to enter this place is really cool. I think for just, like, farming mobs like this, it's probably better to use Seal of Wisdom, because the damage from Seal of Righteousness doesn't matter that much. On bosses, I still think Seal of Righteousness is worth using. But this will allow me to throw out more Consecrations, which probably results in more overall damage. Just for the record, fuck Blizzard. I agree, fuck Blizzard. So many people think they can't play, like, regular World of Warcraft without just dick-riding Blizzard. I can make content full-time for World of Warcraft and still say fuck Blizzard. You can enjoy the game and still think the company is fucking dog shit. They're not mutually exclusive. Okay, that is a really sick loading screen for sure. Alright, let's get buffs going. I have a lot of consumes. Oh shit, it's extended to the next bar, and then Gift of Arthas. Alright, I think that's everything. I think that is all of the consumes. Oh shit, it's that music. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna do some cautious pulls here. Where are we going? Oh my goodness, this place is fucking gigantic! Look at that map! We're so tiny! Holy shit, this place is huge! Can I mark myself? Yeah, sure. One second. Press 0 to self-buff Sync. Did I not buff myself? Oh, good call. I must have accidentally cleared my blessing. Okay, what am I gonna do for marker? I'll put a diamond on myself. What? What did I just press? Oh yeah, I did. I fat-fingered. Okay, I see the problem. I need a different bind for Seal of Wisdom. It's too close to all my other stuff. Fun. I'm gonna self-buff this, and then... let's put this... What? What is the shield wall buff I'm getting? I believe that's my talent. This thing, Redoubt. Or no, Zealous Defense. That is one of my other talents. I'm not sure. But it is in the prot tree. Righteous Strikes? Ah. There you go. Major drawback is how many bugs Unreal Engine causes. Yeah. Also, I appreciate that way more people have tuned into today's stream. Thank you. I've been trying to, like, catch up on chat and stuff as we're forming the group, but I am gonna try and, like, focus in the dungeon. And any messages that I don't immediately spot as they happen, I will read through later. We'll have plenty of time as I'm wandering around the world to scroll up and then respond to anything that I missed here. This music is fucking crazy. Holy. Okay, let's clear out this trash. It does seem like there's a boss nearby, but I just want to make sure we have the full room. Yeah, we can get the boss in a second. Okay. Boss is down this hallway. I'm gonna buff Seal the Crusader. Human Racial. Nice little two-handed axe. Shit. I got stuck in the wall. Ah. Okay, I think we probably go this way first. It looks like, or there's a quest here. Let's get the quest first. I don't see the context of why the rogue said that. I don't know what the rogue is asking. So this is where... Oh, I put Stratham Holy Water over there. Oh, Shit. It's AFK. We should be fine. Oh, I'm silenced. I'm, like, hitting Consecration, like, why is this not going off? Apparently a lot of my stuff counts as spells. Even Crusader Strike counts as a spell? Alright, that's fucking awkward. Can Exorcism these guys whenever I'm not silenced and or stunned. Stun. I should also be using Holy Shields more often on some of these larger pulls. That's actually going to do substantial damage. So Warlock main silence pisses you off? Yeah. I don't usually think of silence as something that affects tanks, but I do have quite a lot of spells as a paladin. All these mobs fucking stun, damn. Oh, this is the Duke Baylor room, okay. Alright, well, I'm silenced from these mobs. In any moment, I can Stratham Holy Water. There we go. That's definitely going to be really nice for this dungeon. The guests are the ones who silence? Ah. Yeah, good call. I know! Why is everybody freaking out? First, the rogue is saying we missed a boss, and then... Yeah, we're gonna get the boss. I'm gonna full clear. It's just... Obviously... You have to do it all. I'll wait for the hunter to actually pull the boss, so we can clear this trash and get the quest, and then we can pull the boss when the rogue gets back. Keep in mind, this is my first time doing the dungeon, and presumably only time I'll ever get to do the dungeon. I'm just trying to explore it and make sure that I get to see all parts. But I also don't know exactly the perfect way to route it. I don't know which way is, like, the rest of the dungeon, and which way is, you know, the thing you need to clear out first. We can double back. Refresh that buff. What else do I need to refresh? You're gonna drop a super chat, Dono, and then peace out? Yeah, I don't think I have any monetization stuff on this channel. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Sub to all my channels. Appreciate it. Yeah, prior to doing these Turtle WoW streams, I haven't uploaded on this second channel in, like, almost an entire year. So it's not monetized or anything. Why can't I... Oh, I'm disarmed, okay. Okay, so this is the other boss ring. Ornok Tornheart. I know that name. I don't remember where I know it from, but I definitely recognize that as, like, a lore figure. I'll have to look that up after. Clear trash until Hunter comes back. Music sounds like a Ret Paladin theme song. Aren't the Tornheart in Shadowmoon Valley? Like in TBC Shadowmoon? I could see that. LOS around the corner. Oh shit. Okay, the rogue's going in. Alright, we fight it here. Rogue says, fuck your LOS fault. I thwarted your plans? Ah. You get to keep your money. Though, again, I appreciate the sentiment, regardless. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Oh, shit. Okay. LOS, LOS, LOS. I think we can LOS here, right? Yeah. This works. Just back up, Bowhammer. Go around the corner, so that they can't shoot you. Crazy that they Frost Nova and then run backwards. I definitely want to be LOSing these mobs. AoE fear is always a gamble, yeah. I don't even think that was a fear, though. I think they just ran into those. Ooh. It looks like there is... Yeah, so there's a quest in this library. The, Compendium of Successful Trade. I'll need to clear space in my bags for all the quest items. Wait, is Aranti dead? Or Fane dead? It looks like Feign Death, but I don't know what they managed to pull. Did they? On. LS. Oh, they ran up to loot the boss and pulled it. Ah, okay. We can double back and help them out. This place is huge. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Wasn't the YouTube algorithm that brought you here? Says you've been subbed for a while now. Hey, W. Any chance you played retail during Mop Remix? The last time I used this channel, and like, I think 90% of the subs on this channel are from back in Mop Remix. Because that's around the time I created the second channel, and I was uploading, like, the vast majority of my Mop Remix mini-guides here. So if you're subbed to it, I would say better than average odds. Either that, or you played SOD. I think I originally created this channel during SOD, and the first things I posted were Tank Warlock guides, way back in the day. And then I got it monetized during Mop Remix. Oh. Do I have to... Yeah, I have to unlist the group. Okay, Aranti's actually alive. Let's buff up. Okay, yeah, they seem to be good. Is the Huntard reputation justified? Yeah, sometimes. Ooh, pretty good pants. I don't think I'm gonna end up needing most of the loot from this place. But who knows? I mean, how much use am I gonna get out of the loot, I guess, regardless. No matter how you slice it, I'm gonna get, about a few hours of value. You played vanilla a bit ago around the TBC era and you didn't know about anything in the game, and for whatever reason, played again during Shadowlands as a warlock. World of Warcraft's, I think, always the most fun when you're just learning it completely blind. You absolutely played Mop Remix, made some friends during it, and introduced your best friend to his future wife from Mop Remix. God damn. Alright, well, I'm willing to bet that's why you're subscribed to this channel, yeah. I posted a lot of my big Mop Remix videos to this channel. A lot of the leveling speedruns, my, like, how to escape from Mop, like how to do the out-of-bounds trick and get through the zone boundaries. That video was on this channel. A lot of stuff. So that's probably where you found it. The story was pretty annoying at that point. Oh, in Shadowlands? Yeah, the story was dog shit in Shadowlands, for sure. Okay, let me get Snap Threat on these mobs. By Snap Threat, I mean just Sapper Charge kills them. I guess it's a type of Snap Threat. Snap my fingers and they're dead. After that, you got into Turtle. Yeah, I think if you're mostly interested in a regular classic experience, this definitely seems like it was the better way to go about it. Unfortunate. I said it before, though, and I do think it is worth repeating. I think that whatever Blizzard does for Classic Plus, it will at least be fun. Is it going to be on the same level as Turtle? Absolutely not. Could it get there eventually? Maybe. Will it get there eventually? I think still unlikely. I don't think they have the same level of passion. But it will at least be enjoyable enough. So, I'm at least remaining slightly hopeful. But I do think it is important to remain realistic with your expectations that there is a very good chance that we just won't really have something like this again. And you'll just have to enjoy the time you had with it and do whatever you can to enjoy any future iterations of Classic Plus that come out. I'm not lagging, personally. I resisted all three? Holy fuck. Alright, hell yeah. I think it is just you, though. Your guild moved to Chromicraft. You'll probably check that out a bit since you never played Wrath back in the day. Yeah, I heard it was, like, a different expansion. I didn't know Wrath. Wrath is definitely fun. I think if you haven't played Wrath Classic, you may actually enjoy that a bit. I already played through most of Wrath Classic when it was current. Actually, both when it was current and when it was in the Classic version. It's fun. Didn't Warlock get Destro Bolts? You mean Chaos Bolts? I think so. I'm not sure, though. I'm not a big Warlock player. Pretty much, like, all of the Warlock that I've actually played was Sod Warlock Tank, which was a very different version of Warlock than most iterations of it. Generally speaking, I am a tank player, first and foremost. He holds my signature attack as a crazy boss voice line. Oh, shit! A Librum. Okay. I'll roll you for it. W. What does this actually do? Your Holy Light causes your next Holy Strike to smite the target. Okay, that doesn't seem that good. That's nice for, like, healers trying to weave in a bit of damage, though. But at least, hey, I have filled every armor slot before the end. Cool. I wonder if there's any other Librams here. But yeah, I think Chaos Bolt is Wrath. Melee healing is great. Yeah, I could see that being pretty nice, getting to weave in Holy Light, then Holy Strike. I mean, that's kind of how Paladin plays on retail. Okay, let's rebuff. What do I need to rebuff? What has fallen off? Any of my 30 minutes are close. I'll wait until 30 minutes to do any actual rebuffs, though. I think I should be good for now. What mouse do I use, and would I recommend it? I have a $5 mouse that I bought off Amazon, and, I mean, it works, but would I recommend it? Probably not. I'm not really an MMO mouse user. I've always been very minimalistic for stuff like that. I also have a generic keyboard that I bought off Amazon for also about $5. You thought I would have an MMO mouse because Druid? No, I just bind like a million things to like shift and control modifiers and just move my fingers like crazy across the keyboard like I'm playing the piano. That's the way I like it. Honestly, so the reason I don't use an MMO mouse, it's primarily because when I was a kid, my parents were divorced, so my dad actually got me an MMO mouse for Christmas one year. But, like, basically, because I had to go between my parents' houses, like, different days, what ended up happening is, like, I bound some of my abilities to my MMO mouse at my dad's house, but then at my mom's house, I basically had to relearn the muscle memory because I didn't bring my mouse back and forth between my parents' houses. So, just to make it easier, I just stopped using any binds on my MMO mouse, and then for years, that's just what I got used to. Now, obviously, you know, that's no longer the case, but when you've played like that for such a long time, then you just kind of eventually get used to that as, like, the main way that you play the game. So, at this point, I would have to undo years of muscle memory to actually play with an MMO mouse. You should talk to the captives. Okay. Is that a quest? They shriek at your voice, cowering into a curled-up position. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that is unsettling. Definitely cool vibes from this place. Let me take a quick sip real quick. I have Seal of Wisdom, but I want to make sure, like, this looks like a larger pull. Yeah, the fact that we've already killed 4 bosses and we're like maybe 1/3 of the way through the dungeon by the looks of it is fucking crazy. This is definitely like Blackrock Death's style of mega dungeon. Oh shit. New area? The original beta version of Torghast allowed you to have an endless run. The live version made it a limited floor run. Yeah, Torghast was, yuck. This fucking crazy music. This feels like Doom music. Be using Holy Shield for some of these pulls now. I have threat on that sorcerer, right? Oh shit, no. My bad. Okay, let's... I'm gonna refresh my Dragon Breath Chili. Actually, you know what? We could do one more pull in here, and then we can rebuff. I'm definitely glad I switched to Prot-Spec, though, because I'm already starting to take a good amount of damage from these mobs, and this is with all the Prot talents, and they're also still fairly low level, so I'm sure the later sections of the dungeon are going to hurt a little bit. Okay, let's rebuff real quick. I need to rebuff Gift of Arthas. I can do Rumsey Rum. I'll save my Scroll of Spirit for when it matters. This is a 1 hour. And then I need Frost Oil. You also use a middle mouse, you use a red dragon mouse because you found they have the longest lasting without button failure. You've tried $300 mice and they aren't worth it versus the lifespan? Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. Oh, that's a boss, right? Yeah, that's a boss. Okay. In that case... Drop oil here, human racial. I'm going to drop a Consecration, then I'm going to go into Holy Strike maintenance mode. Okay, I can't stun that. That's fine, though. Let me drink after this. Damn. That is a good caster shoulder. Turtle already shut down? No. We have about 4 hours left to go. Just enough time to do this dungeon, and then explore the rest of the world. Okay, yeah, there's no reason to pull those side areas. Take that off your hands. Is there a shutdown event? Kind of. I think right now the GMs are doing parties in different areas around the world. There's like some server messages going out saying like, end the world party in so-and-so place. Okay, so this is the gate that you need to open with the key. I see. So this is the higher level section of the dungeon. Paladin dungeon tanking seems like really hectic. At least assuming you're trying to maintain everything. There's like a lot of buffs to juggle. I kind of wish I got to experience more of this. Shit, where do we go? Let's go this way. Death Lord Sepulcher. That is a sick subzone name. He's fucking crazy. Look at the model. Oh shit, hold on. I'll check in a second. Secretion down. Sealed Wisdom. I think this is a frontal, so I want to make sure it's aimed away. Oh, fuck, yes. That's like Old Horde Death Knight? Like Terran Gorfiends? That's sick. He's also undead, presumably, right? Yeah. So I could just use Stratholme Holy Water on the boss. I guess some of the other bosses have been undead. I probably could have been doing that. I didn't even think of it. But it does do solid damage. How do we get there? We have to go into the ooze? Oh, shit. Does this deal damage? Is it like lava? No, okay. Let's do that. Good place for a sapper charge. Yeah, I don't know why the mobs are evade bugging here. It's weird. Janky terrain. I just forgot to refresh Dragon Breath Chili. Let's do that. Yeah. It's likely. Yeah, this is a fucking crazy area. God damn, they cooked with this place. kind of taking a lot of damage. I'm gonna mana pot here, though. Nice. Oh, shit. That's actually really good. I mean, the thing is, like, I'll roll neat on this just because, in theory, if the server wasn't literally about to shut down, I would actually use it. The problem is, I don't have my swords leveled up, so... Technically, am I going to use it in this dungeon? No, but also, I don't think anybody else is. Because I think, yeah, I'm the only one-handed sword user. The rogue's using daggers. So I'll take it for posterity, I guess. It looks cool. It's a little under budget, but honestly, 1% hit in Classic is worth a lot. I mean, there are trinkets that give 1% hit that are like level 60 pre-raid bis. So... Am I missing any buffs? I think I'm good. Okay, so there's another boss all the way down here. I guess we can go and get that first. And then, I'm guessing this is the final area. Sanctum of Blood. Holy. What a subzone name. Your favorite smartphone used to be $400 and it tripled the specs of anything made in the US, but once it blew up in popularity, it went from $400 to $1,000. Damn. Yeah, I can't exorcism these. Okay, this is perfect opportunity for holy water. All 4 shields. This way, right? Oh, no, that's the back entrance. This way, okay. Oh, shit. Holy fuck. It's like, this definitely has Maradon vibes, but... It's like the Fell version, or I guess in this case, undead version of Earthsong Falls. Can we go around... No, we can't go this way. We have to go up. Okay. Okay, I see now. The path winds up. Oh man, that is a lot of trash to clear. Whew. Interesting. Alright, well, I hope that we get to see the secret boss. What is the secret boss? Five torches that need to be activated to open a gate? Oh, fuck. So it's like a puzzle? Pretty deadly trap at the last boss? Oh, fuck. Spooky. This is a very long pathway. Really don't want to accidentally fall at this point. I have to swim all the way back. Does not seem fun. Let me, if I forget, rebuff. I also refresh Dragon Breath Chili. Probably should have brought more chili, but nah, it's fine. 15 minutes until I have to refresh the rest of my buffs. We could probably get... Need progress over at the lunatic one? How long is this secret boss? I mean, I don't want somebody to feel like they need to stay just for, like, something silly. stealth lurker mobs. Guessing the boss is up there. Subjugator Halfast Shadecrest. And that seems like the boss. I'll drag this over to these mobs. A little spooky, but I think it's probably better to just play it safe like that. I wonder if we need to pull all these Twilight or Shadow Council mobs. I can't imagine we do. I'm gonna at least clear out this main area, but those ones in the back I'll leave. There definitely are some bosses that will just pull everything in the room. The only wipe I've actually had in a dungeon was to the Crescent Grove boss that pulls all the nearby mobs. We killed the boss and then got completely stomped by everything else in the room. Pull this pack, at least. Assuming the boss won't pull from this distance, yeah, should be fine. Then I don't need to rebuff anything else just yet. There's still time. Do this. Okay, it didn't pull the other stuff. Shit. That's not good. I did not know he had a mind control, or I would not have wasted my stun. It also used my taunt, so I can't taunt back for a few seconds. Okay, I really hope that fear doesn't pull anything. I'm gonna drag it back so that if he does another fear, we don't have... Oh, no, lag. Okay. Okay, he has voice lines. Crazy. Don't need that. I'm assuming... Okay, we can shortcut a little bit. But... Would it be faster to go this way, or... I guess, yeah, probably it's faster to go this way. Wonder if there's anybody else on my friends list that I could grab for the very end. And the only other person who's in range is also in the dungeon. Made a hardcore character drowned in GM Island? What the hell? Alright, looks like the end of the world party is really heating up now. Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna see if I can parkour along these rocks to skip a bit of the swimming. Actually, it looks like we will need to clear this section, yeah, no matter what. Okay. Careful then, because we don't want to pull this without Wowhammer. We do not have a Warlock, no. 2 Paladins, a Priest, and a Rogue. And formerly a Hunter. Oh, maybe we can hop this? Oh shit, they're going in. Okay, apparently you don't need to pull all this at once. Also, holy water to make this a little easier. Oh, nice, you hopped up. You're gonna head out, have fun during the apocalypse of Turtle WoW, and enjoy your break afterwards. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. I've managed to do all of my primary goals. No matter what happens from here on out, I'm satisfied with the outcome. My final primary goal is I wanted to run this dungeon. And we got there. So my character will die content. And then I'll get to explore the world with what time remains and see all the zones that I didn't get to finish. And then the world will end. We drink some water while I wait for Warhammer to swim over. So far, this dungeon has definitely lived up to the hype. This place is sick. Though, I'll be honest. Obviously, there's still multiple bosses to change that. I think, while this dungeon is really cool, I kind of liked Windtorn Canyon even more. Windtorn Canyon also had, like, some interesting mechanics on its bosses. But I'd imagine all of the really crazy mechanics will probably be on the later fights here, so there is definitely room for that judgment to change. Let's do like 1 or 2 more pulls, and then I'm going to sit here and rebuff all my flasks and whatnot. So they're almost expiring. Here we go. This is the way we came, so we go left. Mobs are dead. I trapped a consecration for 1 mob. Oh shit. That's a boss? Okay, I definitely rebuff here. After, I guess, this guy. We'll pull him. Do this. I think at this point, I can start sending arcane elixirs. You guys are fine, right? Just 1 or 2 mobs. Then Gift of Arthas. Arcane Elixir. And I'll use my final Mighty Troll's Blood. And I think... yeah, that's just about it. Technically... no, I think... oh, no, yeah, you have... Blessing of Fortitude. Or Power of Fortitude, so that, overrides the Stamina Scrolls. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Let's pull these back. Boss is shambling up the hill. Yeah, we can get this guy. I'm gonna wait for him to get here, and we're gonna do Judgment, this. Hit him with that. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of really nice caster gear from these custom dungeons, which I think is good, because low-level caster gear in Classic is historically really bad. So I'm glad they have more options. So we go in here, and then this is the final section of the dungeon. Oh. This place is fucking crazy. I'm guessing... wait, do we have to go into the water? Oh, we do. Oh, there's a crocodile boss? Okay. I'm just gonna get Elixir of Water Breathing and then go in. Make it easier. What the fuck? He just eats you? That is so fucking cool. Was that the trap that the rogue was talking about? He did say don't go charge again, and that is exactly what I just did with that boss. That was crazy. I mean, if, like, in theory, it could have knocked me onto, like, a cliff, but, like, I had my finger on Shift R. I was ready to go. So I was not going to die of fall damage there. Okay. Right, we're good. Sapper charges are the fucking best. Even in Classic Plus, Goblin Sapper charges reign supreme. Oh, that was a very quick 2 minutes. Oh, Stealth Bob. Here's where the torches start. Okay, when he said click 5 torches, the way that my brain interpreted that was like a puzzle where you have to click them in a certain order and every single member of the group needs to do it, which, I mean, would make sense. 5 torches, 5 group members. But I guess it's just you need to make sure you activate it as you go. Better in this case, that way we don't need to worry about not having a 5th party member here. Yeah, I mean, they have stuff like that in retail. I can't imagine it would be, like, that difficult. But, obviously, that's way more complex than just, like... So we have to be on the lookout for torches. You're enjoying the stream? Do I stream frequently? Historically, no. Before the Turtle WoW streams, I actually hadn't streamed in, like, 2.5 months. I am planning on streaming more frequently, though future streams would be on my main channel or my Twitch channel. So I think I have them all linked in the description. I mostly streamed the Turtle WoW stuff here because it is like a secondary channel. But my main channel, Harlden, is where I do a lot of my streams. And then outside of Turtle WoW specifically, because Turtle WoW you can't stream private servers on Twitch, pretty much all of my streams I always multi-stream onto my Twitch channel, which is also Harlden. Okay, so we just need to make sure we pull the different torches. Cool, cool. But yeah, I'm planning on streaming a decent bit more often. Oh shit. Need to do a DR here. Though, I should note that most of my future streams are going to be retail stuff, so If you don't like retail WoW, maybe you won't enjoy it as much. But primarily, I do retail stuff. I just play Classic for fun every now and then. And a lot of the times when I stream, or rather, a lot of the times when I play Classic, I actually don't stream it. I just decided that it would be cool to stream Turtle WoW, because obviously, you know, it's about to shut down, so I wanted to make sure I had this all documented somewhere. And honestly, more people have showed up for these, like, second channel Turtle WoW streams than I had initially expected. At first, I thought it was going to be, like, 5 people per stream, just, like, a few of the stream regulars showing up to these, but a decent amount of people have been interested in this, which is cool to see. Retail will never beat Turtle? Yeah. I mean, in terms of vibes, yeah, Turtle WoW absolutely fucking nailed it, for sure. And I think even when the official Classic Plus comes out, it's going to be hard to top this. Do we get the torch? There we go. They are kind of hidden in different little areas, so it is kind of a puzzle. Oh, maybe there's one this way? Yeah, I mean, I still enjoy retail, but obviously, the way that I play retail is for the rating. That's my gameplay loop in it. That's very different from, you know, the Classic vibe. Classic is like rating as a secondary thing. Yeah, for this to be a private server, it definitely is fucking wild how well they designed this place. Like, this dungeon is absolutely incredible. Windtorn Canyon was incredible. Frostmane Hollow, for a low-level dungeon, really, really, really good. Dragonmaw Retreat was pretty good as well. Dragonmaw Retreat, I thought, was definitely the most normal. Very visually stunning, especially that big open area with, like, the different bridges. But in terms of, like, dungeon design, it felt pretty normal. It was good, though. Like, good, solid dungeon. Stormrot has felt fucking crazy so far. And Windhorn Canyon... Oh. Okay, big succubus boss. But, like... This area is really sick. This definitely reminds me of, like, the hell areas of Doom. But Windhorn Canyon, I think, still might end up being my favorite dungeon from this server. That place was so fucking cool. Such a unique dungeon design. Oh, wait. Holy Water, yeah, only does damage to undead, not to, demons. Yeah, unfortunately. Because, like, look at this fucking room, man. This doesn't even feel real. This is so fucking crazy. This definitely feels more like Diablo coded than WoW. In a good way, though. It's super fucking cool. This type of, like, super, like, dark lore definitely has been kind of wiped away in retail. Shard Sickle. Cool. Oh, why did I hit Shift 2 instead of Control 2? Let's do another Rumsy Rum. God, tab target. Hello? Tab target? Tab target. Could you let me target the fucking slime? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry about that. The game did not want me to top that off you. And it worked out. A lot of the little nameplates make it hard to actually click on mobs here. Let me take a quick sip here. The audio just stuttered. I was worried that the crash was gonna happen. Okay, let's... I'm gonna use Oil of Immolation. We're gonna do a big pull here. Watch out. And then, right before bubble fades... That was maybe a little bit extra, but also... It worked out in the end. I just, I see all these mobs, and I cannot resist the gigantic Sapper Charge pull. It's just too good to pass up. Is that... I think that's 3 torches that we've gotten? Out of 5. I probably should have given you a warning, though, Gear Jammer. Sorry about that. But you had the clutch land hands, though, so... Worked out. Oh, that was number 4? Okay. This definitely... I don't know if it's like... This dungeon does feel a little bit easier. After Windhorn Canyon, honestly, like, every single dungeon feels so easy. Those fucking Blood Totem Avengers absolutely kicked my ass. And since then, it is just payphone in all of these dungeons. Oh, shit. Okay, well that's, I can get holy water in some of those. How many more hours? 3.5. Oh, level difference pull. Ah. Mana real quick. I need to rebuff Sanctuary has fallen off. I am out of Dragon Breath Chili. That big lump is the secret boss. Interesting. So I guess this room doesn't open unless you pull all the levers? It's fucking really cool. Honestly, this... Oh no! Okay. We're fine. My computer just really stuttered. Hold on. Did that... It didn't actually drop the stream. I don't know if that picked up at all. Hold on. I don't want to risk it. Because... yeah, that stutter really scared me, and I really would rather not, have this, like, fuck the stream. So I'm just gonna restart the game. I figured that's probably safe. My best guess is there's a memory leak. Or something like that, tied to the dungeon. So I'm assuming if I just restart and go back in, then whatever issue is causing that stuttering will fix itself. I really don't want to risk it blue screening my computer and crashing the stream. Is it the final day? Yes, it's the final 3.5 hours. It's definitely a little bit stuttery still. But I have... as long as it holds itself together for 3.5 more hours, that is all I need. We're almost there. Don't crash on me. Final boss, don't rush in. Okay, so this is the trap.
My master prepared me for this moment. Those ignorant to his truth will perish by my hands.
Okay. It's good practice, pulling them out one by one. Alright. Am I missing any buffs? I think everything's still good to go. Alright, he said don't rush in. Alright. I'm guessing... I don't know what the trap is. Drag him out of the fire. Where is that on my buffs? I don't even see it. Oh, whatever. Could be using Seal Wisdom. This is definitely an interesting boss fight, though. I have kind of an intermission for a dungeon boss.
Lay your eyes upon this feast of souls.
What? Oh, shit. What? Does he just kill you? Huh? Did I have, like, Ritual of Doom on me? Or whatever that ability's called. That just one-shots you. Okay, that's crazy. I'll have to watch back the replay at some point to see what even happens. I didn't see my health move. It just seemed like suddenly I was dead. Fuck. Okay, so what insta-kills? I'm guessing it's the Murgothid focuses on X player. Because I saw that happen. Yeah, fixates on... Okay, so he fixates a player and you have to LOS, or he just straight up one-shots you. Holy fuck. Mechanics? In my classic dungeon? Fuck yeah. That's really cool. Okay, yeah, so it hit Wohammer and then just shredded his health. Alright, I think we release here. But okay, now we know. So we can use that, that little gateway thing as just an LOS spot and run behind that. That's cool, though. I assume we probably want to use... back entrance, because that will bring us closer. I think we get there over here. Okay. This is Stormrot Ruins. Is one of the new custom turtle dungeons. And that is the final boss. I also don't know if I got this buff. I popped Elixir of Demon Slaying, but it didn't seem to go on my buffs at all. It might be mutually exclusive with something. Yeah, honestly, I could not be happier wiping to that boss. That's fucking sick. It actually being a challenge is really cool. Now we get to see what the little back exit looks like. Let's buff up. What other 30-minute buffs are there? I'll use Elixir of Demon Slaying when I get close. We'll get to see if it, Yeah, there kind of aren't that many ghost enemies. The first section has a bunch, but after that, not that many. I do not know. So I bought 2 of these off the auction house, and they were 20 gold a pop. So, this is all I have. Are we going the right way? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, true. I didn't even think of that. I use this? I guess I probably don't want to use this over my current pants, come to think of it. I thought this was increased hit chance. I didn't realize it was block chance. Jaw of the Ancients. Ooh. It's a 6-sword. Did he get too drunk and walk off the bridge? Yeah, controlling the drunk sway is always, like, a fun little side quest. I also was definitely not prepared for the gigantic wave of imps, so I didn't notice the fixate thing, because the moment the big boss spawned, a bunch of imps came out, and I immediately just was like, oh fuck, gotta get threat. I think what I'm gonna do this time is I'll save a sapper charge for that big wave of imps the moment the boss gets up there, and that will allow me to get snap threat and everything, then we can position it by the little portal. I'm assuming that's the correct way to do the mechanic. Either way, we're about to find out. Also, I'm gonna do... I'll do Shadow Resist Aura. If you want to do Diva Aura. You slayed the ogre, the boss is already spawned? Oh, would it? I didn't even think of that. Lyria. Yeah. More diversity here is definitely really good. Let's see. Oh, shit. He is active. Okay. I actually... Oh, that's what the buff is. Okay, can I stack these? I can use both of them. Good call. I wasn't sure if that would work. That does share a cooldown with Health Pot, but this will be back up in time. Alright, I think we're all buffed up. We should be good to go. Alright, let's rock and roll. Where is he? Alright. I'm gonna drag it over here. And then LS. That seemed to work. Okay, this... Yeah, in a vacuum, this boss doesn't seem that hard. Oh, shit. Neat little trinket. Does the other boss have any loot? No, okay. I do think, obviously, that would be better if it fully reset, so you actually had to do the fight the intended way. Because it, like, the hard part about that was dealing with the big wave of imps. And then having to, like, position him mid-fight. That is a cool boss, though. Really cool classic boss. And I mean, really cool classic dungeon. I still think, I'm gonna be honest, I liked Windhorn Canyon more. I'll be real. I liked Windhorn Canyon more, but this place was really sick. Visually, this place is also very cool, but Windhorn was just such a crazy cool dungeon. Very unique. I haven't seen anything like that. And also, I just really like the boss fights there. Here, okay, we're almost perfectly aligned. Gotta get all the perfect ordering. Can I drop the marker? Oh, shit, yeah. There you go. If you're taking a screenshot. Let me know when you're good. Alright, we still have 3 hours. Check level 1 lunatic Discord. You're gonna recreate this dungeon. Did you get your screenshot, Gearjammer? Because I have some exploration to do with the time that remains. Alright. Now, there are quests that I technically can turn in, but... like, at this point, I mean, the server's about to end. I would, obviously, if I wanted the experience, I'd go do that. But I think at this point, all that I care about is seeing all of the zones that remain. So, we've seen Lapidus Isle and Gilgem's Isle. I've shown... I'm gonna drop group. Thanks again, both of you. Gearjammer and Wohammer. I really appreciate both of you helping out with that. Because I mean, I might have been able to find other random pugs, but having 2 slots filled, especially the healer slot, that was a lifesaver. I was cutting it close for sure. I thought about doing this last night, but honestly, I was so tired after everything yesterday and, doing all of Grim Reaches that I just didn't really end up having the time. So I'm glad that we actually got to do it here. I'm going to fly down to Netherguard Keep, and then we're going to work our way up through the continent. Yeah, that was definitely very fun. I'm glad we got to do that. Alright, let me bust open my checklist. Actually, you know what I'll do? While I'm on this long flight path, I'm going to go refill my coffee one final time, and then I will review my checklist, and we'll get to see what remaining things I need to explore. It was great being able to experience that with you. Yeah, really good having you both there. Could not have done that without you. And, I mean, you both helped with multiple dungeons throughout this. And Gearjammer, you helped with the Frostbane Hollow. And that would have been really hard to fill spots for, so... I got to see a lot of stuff on my bucket list for this server before it ended. And that would not have been possible without both your help, so thank you so much for that. Maybe one day the server comes back and I get to experience the raids, but at the very least, a lot of the really good custom dungeons that I heard things about, I did get to run those. So, I'm satisfied with the outcome, even if the server's dying. Alright, let me go refill my coffee really quick. You guys hear my dogs? I always wonder. They're like especially loud every time I stream during the day. Like they'll randomly just start losing their shit, barking super loud. My noise suppression is pretty good, but every single time they start going crazy like that, I have to wonder. Let me check Discord real quick. 60 unread messages in my guild's Discord? Oh, Liquid's streaming their testing. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so multiple people actually killed the boss during mythic testing. Interesting. So it doesn't seem like it's that difficult. I'll have to watch some of the VODs later on. Because, I mean, I'm gonna have to do that. You haven't heard a dog? Damn, yeah, so my noise suppression is very good. They are going crazy. Or at least they were. Alright. I've caught up on any Discord messages. Let's check my bucket list. Alright, I can check off. There's a few things I haven't checked off. I can Crescent Grove, Stormrot Ruins. So... let's see, I did some Badlands stuff. And then for the new zones, I did Northwind, Grim Reaches, and Baelor. Okay, so throughout the different streams that I've done, we've explored Thalassian Highlands, Blackstone Islands, Northwind, Baelor, Grim Reaches, the new zones. I showed the new Dun Moreau stuff, the new Durotar stuff, Mulgore. I don't know if you looked at the Timbermaw Hole sets, but here's the plate one. Interesting. So it's not like... it's not a class set. It's like an armor type set. Oh, that's your character, right? Wowhammer? I remember you mentioned that. Thank you. Interesting set bonus. And, ooh, the models in those are sick. Yeah. I remember you typed that you'll be visiting the fair on that character. What is your main? Oh, damn. So you have Atiesh and all these other fancy things on that character. So you played a lot. I can only imagine how it must feel to have to lose all that progress. But, I mean, you got to see all the cool stuff, so... I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Because on one hand, I would have killed to be able to see a lot of the endgame raids and whatnot. Ooh. It's a cool model. Alright, I am off, though, to adventure. So, for Blasted Lands, I don't think there's anything new. I believe. There is... they had said they were going to add stuff to Blasted Lands, but I don't think they ever did. Oh, official announcement, server shut down in 3 hours. That's the first one I've seen. Damn. Okay. So, Where is Swamp of Sorrows? The only thing that I know of that they added to Swamp of Sorrows is Sorrowguard Keep. Now, I visited Sorrowguard Keep on my own time, but I'll show it here. It's kind of neat. There's a few things that I probably, small little things that I've already visited on my own time that I don't think I'm going to include in this tour, just because I have the footage, so I'll throw it on as B-roll if it's interesting whenever I do my, little retrospective video. Oh, man. Oh, for the shutdown announcement? Yeah. It's suddenly so real. I guess, technically speaking, no, the list I looked at might have been out of date, because actually, there is some new stuff in the Harborage. Now, I'm not going to go over there and, show it, because I don't think it's too interesting, but there are some new Draenei NPCs there. There's a new Draenei reputation. It looks exactly the same, but, there's some new quests. So, I think that technically counts as, new content. I would count it, at least. So, it probably should have been on the list. But either way. If I'm not going to be able to cover literally every single bit of custom content on this little tour here. This is just trying to clean up, the remaining little things on my bucket list that I didn't get to see. Just to show some of the cool stuff that this server had to offer. So this is a new Alliance quest hub. Hello? I like how this place is nestled up in the mountains. I did a few quests here. I had... there was a one-handed weapon that I got from one of these quests that I used for quite some time. But I have since replaced it with something from Deswalla Marsh. And one of the cool things about this little fortress is, to my knowledge, this is a unique model. I don't remember this from any other location in WoW. So I think this is custom made. Climb over the mountains here. Now, Deadwind Pass. Deadwind Pass, I think they added some stuff down here at the bottom, but the names are Master Cellar and Morgan's Plot, which, if I recall, both of those are just locations from TBC. So I think they just took some of the TBC additions to, the exterior of Karazhan and added it here. Now, they also presumably have the entrances to the new raid. So I'm going to go try and check it out. But it's going to be a little tricky to get there with some of these mobs. I'm going to see if I can go through the little river in the middle. That should be somewhat safe. I actually remember... Damn, how long ago was that? I must have been, less than 10 years old. Years and years and years and years ago. I distinctly remember me and, one of my friends. I didn't even, know them for that long. I think their name was, Sartre. But they were, some random druid who I ran Wailing Caverns with. And I just added them to my friends list. And then one day we just went around exploring high-level zones. And I distinctly remember jumping off that little bridge into this river and swimming here to try and see Karazhan. I think that was still in TBC, so I think, the Karazhan raid had already been added, but I was still a stupid little kid, and I was just trying to see all the high-level zones for the first time. So this brings back memories. I'm taking the same little stroll that... I must have been 8 or 9 at that time. That I did all the way back then. That is one of the things I've liked about this server, because it is really interesting having, brand new experiences in familiar zones. and just seeing something and immediately going, I don't recognize that. That's new. And then I want to like look around and explore and see like all the new stuff that got added. And like I just said, I remember when I was a little kid playing this game for the first time, like I always thought it was the coolest thing ever. I wanted to see every little corner of the world. But I mean, I've been playing WoW for so long at this point that I've already seen everything there is to see. So now the fact that there's new stuff has renewed that sense of exploration for me. That's kind of cool. Okay, so is this... It looks pretty much like the same outdoor area of Karazhan that we have in TBC. So which is which? Just out of curiosity. I would imagine that this is the entrance to Tower of Karazhan, right? Because this is like the second half. Upper Karazhan Tower Key, yeah. So this looks like it would be Tower of Karazhan. And Karazhan Crypts should be around here. Maybe I don't go through that direction. I think I can swim around the back. Just check out the entrance to Kara Crypts. I make this jump? Maybe not. Oh? Maybe? Do a backwards hop. Ah, the backwards hop never fails. Alright. I don't want to get too close here, though, because these mobs absolutely will kill me. They are level 60 elites. But, okay, yeah. I may be dead? Perhaps? Maybe we just, like, end my Karazhan exploration here. Also, like, it's Karazhan, right? I can't imagine it looks that much different from how it does in TBC. At least I don't notice anything super different. I did get to see Stormrot, yeah. If you rewind the YouTube VOD, we just finished Stormrot, like, literally 15 minutes ago. So if you want to see it, you can just rewind the VOD. I got to see all of the stuff I really wanted to see. Now, don't get me wrong. I would have loved to get to 60. I would have loved to see all of the custom dungeons. Like, I didn't get to see... Let me see. I missed out on the custom Shadowfang Keep boss, the custom Scarlet Monastery bosses. Just didn't really have a chance to go over there. There were custom bosses for Razorfen Crawl, Razorfen Downs, and Zul'Farrak. Never got to see those. And I didn't get a chance to do Gilneas City, because that's like high level 40s. Hateforged Quarry, that is high 50s. And then obviously New Black Morass, Stormwind Vault, or the Turtle Karazhan Crypts. Never got to do those. As far as I'm aware, all of those dungeons are available in 1.17, which has been leaked. So I'm not as concerned about that. If I ever wanted to go see those dungeons just for, like, you know, posterity. It's there. It's somewhere. I'm sure I could play through it. Some of the new dungeon expansions, I think, were more recent, so some of those I wouldn't be able to see. And obviously a lot of the new raids, the raid revamps, I won't get to play through those, so that's a bummer. Timbermahold and Tower of Karazhan I'm especially bummed out about, but there's not much I can do. But I did get to do Frostbane Hollow, Windtorn Canyon, Dragonmaw Retreat, Crescent Grove, Stormrot Ruins, and I also did the custom bosses in Deadmines, Wailing Caverns, and Blackfathom Deeps. So I did get to see a good amount. I also did pretty much the entire quest zones for Thalassian Highlands, Blackstone Islands, Northwind, Balor, and Grim Reaches. So I got to see a good chunk of like the questing process in those custom zones. So I got a lot done. I'm pretty happy. And for me, generally speaking, also, whenever I play Classic, like, the hardest part in Classic for me is actually getting to level 40. So I'm also just kind of proud of myself for even making it this far. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit burnt out by the end. It was definitely, like, I had to really drag myself out of bed the last few days. I've been fucking exhausted, man. I have not been sleeping really well. I've been really stressed out trying to, make sure I get everything done. I only got about 4 hours of sleep last night, so the moment the server shuts down, I'm probably gonna go take a nap. But getting to level 40 and getting all, like, the main things done that I wanted to see, I'm pretty proud of myself. I locked the fuck in. So. I also really enjoyed everything that I got to see. It's been a fun time playing on the server. Oh, yeah, also Moon Whisper Coast. That's another big regret. I wish obviously, I would have had to get to, like, really high level 50s to get there. And that would have taken a lot of time. The only thing I think, like, if I had maybe focused a little bit less on professions and not focused on my alts at all, maybe I could have pushed myself to get to level 60. But also, I'm not even entirely sure that's true. Because also, I may have just gotten really burnt out. There's only so much classic leveling that you can do in a short sitting before you just get kind of exhausted. And by working on professions and, like, chipping away at alts and trying to see, like, some of the other low-level zones, like on Horde side, I worked on my Shaman a little bit. I think I got my Shamans, like, 22. We also did Tears Fall Uplands on my Shaman, so got a decent amount done there. And I think that was a nice way to pace myself, basically. That way I managed to continue without actually fully burning out. Okay, so let's see. Is there anything... there's no new stuff in Duskwood. There are a few small things in Westfall, but I don't think there's anything really worth showing. There is one new area in Redridge, Redwall Keep down here, but it's completely empty. I think it was unfinished content. There is a new area in Burning Steppes, so I'm gonna hop in a flight path to Lakeshire, and then we'll head into Burning Steppes and see Carfang Hold is a new area that I have not seen yet. You think it's their best dungeon design-wise? Honestly, I think Windhorn Canyon was better, but Stormrot was very, very good. I mean, it's like, we're comparing two extremely good dungeons, but I think I enjoyed Windhorn Canyon a little bit more. But both of them were phenomenal. For custom content on a private server, just, like, we're not even talking, like, oh, for a private server, it was good. Just for a World of Warcraft dungeon, both phenomenal dungeons. Mighty Haraldin, your sister Sophie took the flight path from Atlanta and is here, so we'll order food from the local tavern. You'll have them slaughter a boar and make a meat sandwich for you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Do you know where we can find the 1.17 client? I don't, like, know off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure if you Google it, it shouldn't be too hard to find. Because I remember reading about it, and there seemed to be a lot of discussion surrounding it, so I'm sure if you just Google, like, Turtle WoW 1.17, there'll be, like, a bunch of links talking about it. Yeah, Piers just said if you Google. There you go. Did I check Gilneas? I did. I messed around in Gilneas a little bit. I was, like, considering questing there this morning, but, like, I don't know, it was just kind of like... I was too tired, man. I got to level 42, and then I'm like, maybe I'm just satisfied at 42. I will visit Gilneas as part of this tour. I'll check it out a little bit, but I did not get to do that much in Gilneas, unfortunately. And yeah, Northwind was really nice. Northwind was very pretty. Out of all of the zones that I've done, honestly, Baelor's was my favorite. I really liked Baelor. I think Baelor felt the most creative to me. The way that they used the underwater stuff, and, like, the general way that you had to, like, navigate that zone, and just the overall, like, aesthetic and the lore, absolutely adored Baelor. Super cool zone. Northwind was very pretty, But Northwind felt like... It felt kind of like a homage to Elwyn Forest, kind of. Like a different spin on the classic human area. Very good, very pretty, but it didn't break the mold that much for me. Baelor felt like a very cool, very unique zone. Really, really, really liked it. You can join the Octo Discord and ask there. Yeah. I'd imagine there's a decent amount of sources. Some people are saying that there's like projects trying to rebuild 1.18, so I guess we'll see. This is new, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember this little camp. That wasn't on my list of new content, though. I am looking for... Oh, I guess I could also check out the Hateforged Quarry entrance. Rip Turtle WoW, going to miss it? Yeah. It's a shame. Okay, I need to be careful here, because I do not want to die. Grab this flight point while I'm at it. That dungeon's pretty good as well. Yeah, I've heard Hateforged is pretty good. Alright, it's just Hateforge. Okay. Hateforge Party. I was looking forward to trying it. I was also really interested in Black Morass, because one of the earliest screenshots I saw of Turtle WoW was of Black Morass. My friend who initially convinced me to give it a shot showed me the entrance to Black Morass of, like, the kind of Caverns of Time, like, spiral staircase area. And he was like, look at this shit. Like, they have the original alpha version of the dungeon where, like, you have to actually enter the zone manually. And that seemed really cool to me. So I really wanted to actually see that, because it was effectively the first I knew of Turtle, was that dungeon. Okay, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to get much closer. Shit. Oh. You ran it for the first time and didn't expect that at all? You didn't know it was the alpha version either? Yeah. Really cool that they managed to do that. I think a lot of the early stuff for Turtle was, like, alpha versions of zones or dungeons that were still in the game files, but just kind of never made it to live servers. Easier stuff to implement. And that's why, like, when my friend showed me that, I remember thinking, like, this was years and years ago, mind you. Because he had been playing on the server for a long time, and it took him years to actually convince me to give it a shot. But I remember thinking, like, oh, hey, that's cool. Like, that was the first thing I had seen from a private server that ever seemed neat. Like, that is an interesting choice to actually add in all of the original alpha content, because I used to really enjoy watching those, like, alpha exploration videos. So to actually have that added to the game is, like, a really cool design choice. Now, that wasn't enough to convince me to join, but, like, that got my attention, and then I would, like, often ask him, like, oh, how's Turtle WoW going? Because I knew he was still playing it, and then he would tell me more and more. And then when they started planning this new custom content, he was like, oh, check this shit out, look what they're adding. And it reached a certain point where I'm like, okay, that's just really cool. When you start developing your own content, brand new stuff, that's really cool. And it's a shame. It's a shame that it's now going to be lost. Ugh. Played on Turtle for a couple years. They really cooked at their content. The community was great. You ain't ever coming back to Blizzard anymore. Fuck them. I understand that mentality. Yeah. It's... I don't know. It's tricky. I think... So... It's a difficult conversation to have, because I completely empathize with people who are like, Blizzard is shutting down Turtle WoW, fuck Blizzard, I refuse to ever play on, like, official servers. And the thing that I see a lot of people say on like discussions about this is, Blizzard's trying to force us back onto their crappy servers. I'll never go back to retail and stuff like that. And I get it. And look, if that's your mindset, totally understand. Honestly, don't fault you at all. I can understand just not being willing to deal with Blizzard shit. And look, there's a lot of issues with a lot of the retail servers that, and by, I guess, retail classic in that sense, not private server classic. And it definitely doesn't hold up to the Turtle WoW experience, for sure. But for me, at least, as much as it does suck, I think if we're being realistic, obviously Blizzard is kind of forced to defend their IP. As shitty of a thing as it is, it should go without saying that they are well within their right to take down Turtle. It's not a good thing, right? I'm not happy about it, but we can't pretend that this isn't just kind of how the world works. And for me, at the end of the day, like, look, I just want to play World of Warcraft. I want to play fun versions of it. It sucks that we're losing Turtle, but I think that for people who at least enjoy Classic and enjoy the idea of Classic Plus, I think at least go into future projects and stuff with an open mind, right? Do I think that Blizzard's Classic Plus is going to live up to this? Absolutely not. But I think if you enjoy World of Warcraft, just, like, give it a shot, right? You may end up having fun with it. And I think, you know, while yes, it is very tempting to just be like, fuck Blizzard, I refuse to play it. It gets exhausting just being so fucking miserable all the time. And just, like, I want to be so angry at Blizzard. Like, frankly, I got fucked over more than so many other people by Blizzard. I have more reason to be angry with them than a lot of people. For those of you who don't know, right, because I think a lot of the people watching the stream aren't familiar with what I've had to deal with, right? My main World of Warcraft account, my retail account, got banned like a year and a half ago at this point. Completely false ban. I got mass reported by people during Mop Remix, and an automated ban was initially it defaulted to a permaban for my account, and then after going through multiple AI support tickets that didn't resolve my problem at all, it got put down to a 6-month ban. And then when I kept appealing, because again, it's a completely false ban caused by automated mass reporting, I was basically told if I continued to submit appeals, they would terminate my entire account. Here's the thing, right now, I do YouTube full-time. I make retail World of Warcraft videos full-time. So, not only did I get my main World of Warcraft account banned, but that's my job. So, that's, like, my livelihood at risk because of Blizzard's customer support. I mean, I was beyond furious. I'm still mad, don't get me wrong. Like, at this point, this was over a year ago. I have my main account back. I've had my main account back for, at this point, over a year now. And I'm still really angry. It was a really shitty situation. It was really depressing. It was some of the worst few months of my life, having to deal with that shit and just being really terrified of, like, you know, am I going to be able to continue doing this? I had to create a brand new account. I had to level up a bunch of new characters. It also fucked me over because, like, you know, I raid, right? So I had to scramble to get characters ready for my guild's raids, like, right as the new expansion was about to start. And it was so much that I did not incorporate into my schedule. And I had to basically scramble to adapt a lot of videos that I had planned that obviously would have been really important for, you know, money, right? Because it is my job. I didn't end up getting to make. I had to completely scrap a bunch of guides that I had planned for the expansion launch of War Within. And that it's all because of Blizzard's fucking garbage customer support. So I have been kind of seething about this for like a year, but it, at a certain point, like I have two options, right? I can either quit World of Warcraft, which I will say there was a time where I probably would have said I'll never quit WoW. Stuff like that definitely shook my faith in whether or not I'm really going to continue playing this game forever. I still really enjoy it. right? But you know, it's a difficult experience to stomach, and to not come out extremely bitter on the other side. But I could quit, or I could keep playing, and if I choose to keep playing, which I did, because, you know, despite everything, I still really enjoy even retail. I still really enjoy. I also, by the way, in addition to retail, I was actively playing Classic at the time, and at that point it was Cataclysm Classic, and my guild was progressing Nefarian, and I had to completely re-level and re-gear characters on both Cataclysm Classic and retail, so that both of my guilds didn't lose progression. I did that, by the way, and we ended up killing Nefarian with my brand new Blood Decay that I had to speed level and re-gear. And then I still got my characters ready for retail raid. I fucking did all of that. And now I have 2 accounts with multiple geared characters. It kind of worked out for me in the end. Because, like, taking the step to start multi-boxing is, like, a lot of effort. Usually it's just not worth the amount of time required to set up an entirely separate account to do all of that. But I was forced to do it, and now that I have 2 accounts, I just actively play both of them. I've done the hard part, and now I just get to benefit from having 2 equally invested World of Warcraft. Well, somewhat equally invested. Obviously, one of them has years and years of, like, collection items and whatnot. But at this point, they both have a lot of characters, so... No, it's kind of nice now. You know, I'm not going to necessarily thank Blizzard for that, obviously. But it did kind of work out for me a little bit in the long term. But I'm still really pissed off about it. And it definitely makes it so I don't really want to cut Blizzard any slack whenever possible. I'll be critical of them whenever I can. But I still love the game. I still love World of Warcraft. And I just have to accept the fact that, look, it's Blizzard's IP. You know, Blizzard comes with the universe. Like it or not. And then I can sit here and just be angry and bitter about, you know, all the shit that they do. The fact that they're a garbage company that puts in minimal effort into their new retail patches, and that they falsely banned me, and now they're shutting down Turtle WoW, which I enjoy. Like, I could sit here and just be so angry. But it's so exhausting being angry all the time, man. I can't do it. So, I don't know. At a certain point, I just want to be hopeful. Another thing... I think something that was really eye-opening for me is... So back in... I haven't really talked about this publicly much. But back, like, earlier this year, during Legion Remix, obviously I did a bunch of speedruns, and we ended up getting, like, the world record super duper fast. Our final time was 1 hour... Or, not 1 hour. 1 minute, 58 seconds. For, like, start to max level speedrun. We had to do absolutely obscene shit to make that run work. And that's one of those things where, like, classic players will hear, wait, you did the entire leveling process in 1 minute, 58 seconds? Meanwhile, like, I've been spending 2 weeks on Turtle WoW here, and I've only gotten to, like, level 42, which isn't even technically 2/3 of the way through, because, like, the XP is backloaded. And, like, yeah, on one hand, obviously leveling in retail is a complete joke. During those events, you can literally do it in under 2 minutes. It's very silly. It is, I should note, fun to do that, though. It's a very different thing, right? Like, nobody is leveling for the journey in retail. That's not the reason you do it. The entire reason that I try to set up those, like, crazy speedruns in retail is because that's the only way to enjoy leveling at that point. When leveling becomes so fast, it becomes more fun to turn it into, like, a challenge format. Of, like, alright, leveling is fast. How obscenely can we break it? How much can we do? And the amount of effort that went into organizing that sub 2 minute speedrun, and then actually getting the perfect attempt and pulling it off, like, it was crazy. I've documented the entire thing already. Are you kidding me? Thank you, random shaman. The double web in midair is a little bit excessive from that spider. But yeah, so... Also, by the way, I know that there's some messages in chat. Obviously, we still have a lot of time, so I will catch up on chat, but I don't want to interrupt my little yap session here. Especially because I'm on my final little point here. But during that entire process, so the entire like public speedrun process, like organization process and whatnot, that much I documented on my YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, Harlan. If you're curious, if you're a classic player and you're like, how the fuck can you even level to max in retail in under 2 minutes? I have a very detailed, like 40-minute long video that broke down like every step that we took. It like even kind of the experimentation process of how do you even get there, because initially runs were like sub 20 minutes and everybody thought that was crazy. And then how do you take a strategy that can get from start to max in sub 20 minutes and streamline that down to only 2 minutes? Because even in the context of retail, right, the lower the time gets, it reaches a point where you need to make some gigantic leaps in optimization to be able to shave off even a few seconds, much less multiple minutes. So we had to do some obscene strategies to actually make that work. Hey, owner. Good to see you. Also, for Badlands, there are a few new things here. I have done some quests in this area, but since I didn't do any of those on stream, I'll do a little bit of a tour. The Badlands areas are Ruins of Korthon, Scalebane Ridge, Crystalline Oasis, Crystalline Pinnacle, Redbrand's Dig Site, Angor Dig Site, and Ruins of Zeth. There's a bunch of new areas here. I don't know if I'll get to hit all of them. Mostly they're over in the mountains, as you can see. The Blue Dragon area is pretty cool, so I'll definitely show that. I did a bunch of quests there. But, so all that to say, we did that super crazy speedrun, we got a good time, I'm happy with it. The part that I didn't talk about in any of those videos is the rivalry. Because I made a deliberate point of only showing my side of, like, the speedrunning contest for Legion Remix, and I deliberately left out any of our competitors, really, well, main competitor, in that process, because there was another group of people who was actively trying to beat me and trying to get a better time throughout that entire thing. Now, one of the main reasons why I did not mention their names is because they were extremely rude and toxic about the whole thing, and when they briefly thought they had beaten me and that I could not take the time back, they were extremely toxic and were like spam pinging me in private discords, basically being like, oh, you must be so sad that we took your record. Just being like little shitheads for no reason. Especially considering I never engaged with them. I never tried to provoke them and do anything. So obviously I'm not going to reward that type of behavior by including them in my video. The other reason why I didn't mention them is because they are a notorious exploiter group. They're the ones who do all the, like the world first boss cheeses, where they find like a one-shot mechanic and exploit it to like get a boss kill before Liquid does. This area is pretty cool. I actually didn't do any quests here, so this is new to me. Little earthen ruin area. But the reason I bring all of this up is because in the process of having to interact with these people, what I realized is every single time a raid comes out, this group, they find a way to like exploit the current raid boss and get like a one-shot kill or whatever using some trick. And that's like neat enough on its own. Obviously Blizzard hates them because like it makes the Race the World First look bad or whatever. But before I had actually engaged these people during Legion Remix, I didn't know anything about them. I had heard of them. I had heard about like the stuff that they did to cheese those boss kills, but I had never actually seen them talk. I didn't know any of their members. I didn't know what they were like as people. I just saw the things they did. And I kind of figured like, oh, you know, the people who do this kind of thing, they must actually enjoy the game, right? Usually you would think, in order to figure out those little tricks, those little exploits, to be able to one-shot a raid boss like that, you must enjoy World of Warcraft enough to learn the little intricacies. The reason I do retail speedruns is because I enjoy playing the game. And because I want to optimize the process further and see, like, okay, just how far can I push this to shave off my time? It all stems from a love of World of Warcraft and a love to just push the game that I enjoy playing even further. But when I saw them talk, in these discords, usually the ones that they were like aggressively pinging me at to try and like mock me for, you know, quote unquote losing to them until I unveiled the final speedrun. And in a lot of these discussions that I read, they are such angry people. And they absolutely despise Blizzard. And it is all they can talk about. All day, every day, all they talk about is how much they hate Blizzard as a company, how much they despise the fact that Blizzard, you know, bans their accounts constantly, and they're constantly talking about different plans they have to, like, get back at Blizzard. And every time they think of, like, a new exploit they're going to use, they're like, oh, Blizzard's going to be so embarrassed. They post, like, these videos of, like, they make these little kind of joke meme videos about, like, oh, Blizzard at the office after we find a new exploit and force them to patch it out. And I think the way they imagine themselves is they think Blizzard just fucking hates them. Blizzard's sitting there, you know, I don't even think they imagine the individual employees, just, they kind of picture Blizzard as this just amorphous, evil entity, just seething over how dare these guys exploit our game. Oh, they're gonna be so mad after we do this one. And you can just tell by the way they talk, they are just so angry. And the thing is, a lot of this does stem from the fact that they find these exploits and then they get banned, and they have to do the entire process over again. And seeing them complain about, especially after a ban wave went out on all of their accounts, effectively what happened, by the way, is they got, like, a really fast time. They beat my at-the-time record, and then shortly after that, all of their accounts got hit. And what they didn't know is that right after they had gotten banned, I finished my sub-2-minute speedrun. I hadn't posted it yet. I kept it a secret, though, for, like, multiple days. So, oh, hello, coffee? You have, oh, that's your level 60 lock, nice. Yeah, so these guys didn't realize that they had already lost, but they were complaining about the fact that, like, if they were gonna try to lower the time again, they would have to go through the process of leveling up all their characters all over again, doing all this stuff. Mind you, they were actively exploiting the game and doing things that were very clearly bannable, but they were just really, really, really bitter about this fact and constantly saying, fuck Blizzard, we're gonna, you know, do all these, like, crazy exploits. And another thing that they would do is, because they were so angry at Blizzard, they posted screenshots of themselves clipping out of bounds in arena games, and they would out of bounds in these games, they would message the people in these arenas on Discord, because, like, arenas are a fairly small community, and they would basically say, pay us, like, X amount of money to win this game, or we're going to sit here until you're forced to resign. So they effectively rigged entire arena ladders on Classic, and forced people to bribe them in order to get wins. And they were reveling in the fact that they were ruining multiple players' experiences and effectively just killing the entirety of PvP in Classic, because they're like, it's going to force Blizzard to, like, you know, finally fix the PvP system, and, you know, they're never going to do it, and all these players are going to quit, and then Blizzard's going to, like, completely fail as a company. And, like, all of their goals in doing all this stuff is to just make the game as miserable as possible so that it harms Blizzard as much as possible. And I kind of had this thought, seeing them say this, of, like, is this where I'm going to end up? Like, if I continue going down this path of just constantly being angry and constantly shit-talking Blizzard nonstop all the time, like, am I going to end up like them? Just sitting here seething and spending every waking moment thinking about how much I hate this company and how much I want to do all these different things to get back at this company. It's like, I started making videos and playing World of Warcraft because I love the game. Not because I, you know, hate Blizzard and want to, like, get one up on them. Like, I don't know, it's just, it's so much easier to do things because you enjoy it, not out of, like, hate or whatever. I know this sounds, like, a little bit pretentious, I'll be honest, and I am just kind of, like, a little bit tired and rambling, but I do think it is important to keep in mind that it's just, it's so much energy to keep hating anything, especially, in this case, Blizzard. And I've just kind of resigned myself to the fact of, like, look, would I love the situation to change? And, like, I'm not going to stop calling out Blizzard when they do, like, extremely blatant dog shit, right? I'm not going to just completely resign myself to the fact that, you know, the game can improve and you know, I'm not going to start doing what a lot of other YouTubers do and just completely dick ride Blizzard every fucking expansion and fail to point out any of the blatant flaws with it. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and try and force myself to be miserable and force myself to, like, boycott World of Warcraft content that I may actually enjoy just because I hate the company that produces it. And I do think that's worth keeping in mind going forward, because Classic Plus is going to happen. It is inevitable. We are going to get it. And I think that there is a pretty good chance that the people who enjoy Turtle WoW will probably end up enjoying whatever version of Classic Plus Blizzard puts out. Again, will it be the same level of Turtle WoW? Almost certainly not. But it's still WoW. It's still probably going to be fun. More WoW can't really be a bad thing. Unless it's Nightmare Incursions or Waylaid Supply Crates. Yeah, they did some shit in SOD that I was not a fan of. But even in SOD, even through the stuff that I did not really like in SOD, I still enjoyed SOD. I played SOD and had fun despite a lot of the bullshit that made me, you know, sit there and grumble. But it's still World of Warcraft. It's more content. And, like, if you enjoy the game, don't force yourself to boycott it out of, like, solidarity against this, you know, company who doesn't give a shit about you. At the end of the day, all they care about is money. They don't give a shit if you... And frankly, all they care about is, like, money and, like, the abstract of, like, large subscriber numbers. A handful of people not subscribing, really, it's just never going to make a difference. Unfortunately. I wish that that wasn't true, but it is. Don't force yourself to not do something that you may enjoy just to, like, send a message. Especially for something that, frankly, is as trivial as this. Obviously, if we're talking, like, large social change type stuff, definitely, I think even one person taking a stand can make a difference. Cough, cough, the current political climate of America. Definitely don't compromise your values everywhere. But in the case of, like, you know, World of Warcraft, it's a lot lower stakes. I think that we can just say, yeah, fuck it. You know, I'm not going to die in this hill. If I'm going to enjoy this version of WoW, fuck it. I'll just suck it up and play it. So that's my mentality. I'm going to play whatever Classic Plus Blizzard adds. I'm going to try and enjoy it as much as I can. And will I still be sad that Turtle's gone and that I didn't get to see all the stuff I wanted to see? Probably. But, you know, don't ruin your own experience just for the sake of, like, blindly hating this dumb fuck company. Because, yeah, Blizzard sucks. But, you know, screaming Blizzard sucks, refusing to, like, give them $15, and boycotting their product is not going to make really much of a difference, right? Something major needs to happen on, like, you know, a regulation level, or, like, you know, Blizzard taking a massive economic hit, like they do a really colossal blunder and lose a ton of money, and then they have to do, like, internal shakeups or something like that. That's the only thing that's going to really cause them to change. A few people not subscribing and not playing, like, new content that they may enjoy is not going to meaningfully change anything. Anyways, that's my little yap session over with. I think that was worth mentioning, but let's spend the rest of this time exploring, and I'll catch up on chat. Alrighty. It's the last couple of years that they've been able to make fully custom zones. Yeah, it's clear that, like, they got a lot of experience designing all this stuff. This is new, by the way. Little Dark Iron Dwarf camp. I can't remember if I did this on stream or not, but I figure I'll show it anyway. Walk through it. And over here by Farstrider Lodge is the little tunnel that leads into the Grim Reaches. Yeah, so that tunnel over there. I'll take the tunnel through to Grim Reaches, and then I'll hop at a flight path, because there isn't much custom stuff for a little while. Wetlands, there's obviously this area, but I played through that pretty extensively on stream, so that's already been documented here. I'm not going to show it all over again, but I will fly up to Arathi Highlands, and there's some new stuff in Arathi that I can show. I'm trying to think, did I miss anything here that I think was important to show? Not really. Obviously, like, if you want to see Northwind, Baelor, I have, like, already streamed the full playthroughs over the last few days, so that's already on here. Stormrot was your favorite turtle dungeon by far. It didn't even feel like it belonged in WoW in a good way. Yeah. Yeah, like that final area felt like super Diablo themed. Really, really, really cool. Like really dark. Also like Warhammer. Like that final section kind of was like a corn cultist area. Really makes me wish that we had like a good Warhammer MMO. At some point, I need to try Warhammer Age of Reckoning again, the private server. Come to think of it, so I've been saying for a while that this is the only private server that I play. This is the only WoW private server I've ever played. I have played Return to Reckoning, or whatever it's called, Return of Reckoning, the Warhammer private server. But also, like, that doesn't even really count because the official game doesn't even exist anymore. That's the only way to play Age of Reckoning. That was kind of fun. I never really got super far in it, though. It's also one of those things where, like, without... unless you know people who play it, it's a little bit tricky. But at some point, I definitely want to go back and actually really play through that game. That could be a fun YouTube series at some point when I have a little bit more free time. I already said I'm definitely going to do that at some point later this year with New Worlds. But obviously, in the case of New World, it's shutting down, so it's kind of like the same thing with Turtle. I either play through it before it's gone, or I never got to experience it. But, to my knowledge, Warhammer Age of Reckoning isn't going anywhere. I played it years ago, and it's still kicking around. We'll see. That's the problem. Blizzard can't make their own fun versions of WoW, and they don't let others do it. Their classic is bot-infested and nerfed slop. Their retail is a joke, and their SOD is just terrible. Well, okay, so... And that's kind of what I mean. Obviously, totally fine to have your own opinions of, like, not liking something and just not being interested in it. But that's where I think it is important to understand that different things are for different people. Now, one thing that you said that I do agree with, yeah, the classic versions from Blizzard aren't really well maintained. That is definitely a pretty consistent problem from Blizz. They don't really put in a lot of effort, especially like the bots, and then, yeah, why would you pay to get banned by bots? Yeah, definitely, don't get me wrong, their customer support is obscene dog shit. Speaking from experience of getting banned by, a mass report. Though, admittedly, in my case, I didn't get banned by bots, I got banned by real people mass reporting me. Specifically because I was in their farm spot. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one person on multiple accounts. Now, is that any better? No. That doesn't make it any better. Almost makes it worse that it can be abused in that way. But people do get banned by bots also. So, yeah, I mean, like, look, it is an issue. Blizzard does not do a good job maintaining that stuff. But saying, like, retail is a joke. If we're saying, like, retail in the terms of, like, what most people refer to as retail, which is modern World of Warcraft, I mean, as somebody who actively plays retail, I disagree. I think it really depends on what you're interested in. It is a very different type of game. Retail World of Warcraft is just a fundamentally different game than Classic. They cater to different audiences. I happen to enjoy both, but I enjoy the different elements of both parts of it. I enjoy the hardcore endgame progression of retail, and I enjoy the more, like, RPG-focused journey of Classic. There are some people who only like one or the other. Some people only like the slow journey progression of Classic, and therefore they don't like the super endgame rat race of retail. And there are some people who only like the super hardcore endgame raids, and just want to get there and do that, and don't want any of the journey stuff, and they can't be bothered to do any of that. And so, to them, only one version of the game is fun. But as somebody who does get cutting edge every single tier in retail, and for the first time got a top 100 Hall of Fame finish, yeah, I'm kind of biased. I think retail's fun. I really like Mythic Raids, and I really enjoy it. So, like, don't get me wrong, not for everybody. I can completely understand somebody saying, I don't want to play retail, I want to play Classic. Hey, totally get that. More power to you. But I do think calling it trash is a little bit reductive, and I think that if you can't see the value in types of content that other people enjoy, then, you know, it doesn't really give any credit to the type of content that you enjoy, right? Because, like, Classic Plus, inherently, different people want different things from it. And when approaching Classic Plus, almost certainly the way that it's going to have to be designed is Blizzard's going to be very cautious, and they're going to have to get a lot of feedback from the community on what to add. And I think that it's important when suggesting features for it to not ignore the fact that different people want different things. And if there's a feature that somebody really wants that you don't want, unless it, like, directly conflicts with the thing you want, if you're just like, hey, I'm not interested in this, but, you know, it doesn't really affect me in any way, don't, like, shout it down and be like, no, that's not my Classic Plus, whatever. Like, if it's the kind of thing that you can just ignore and it won't affect your experience at all, let it exist, right? So, like, for instance, something that I would want out of Classic Plus is harder raids. I want, maybe not necessarily heroic mode raids, but challenging raid content in a Classic setting that you actually have to really prepare for and, like, do somewhat challenging mechanics. Now, I'm not expecting mythic level raids in Classic, but something that actually makes you, like, sit the fuck up in your chair and actually have to play your class and prepare accordingly, kind of like some of the challenging raids that got added in SOD. And, frankly, from what I've heard, like the challenging raids Turtle added. I've heard that Tower of Karazhan is actually quite difficult, and Timbermaw Hold is quite difficult, which is why I was so excited to try them. So I'm really excited for harder raids, but then at the same time, I've seen people talk about Classic Plus and say, like, fuck that, I don't want any harder difficulty raids. Classic is a dad game. Classic isn't for tryhards. I want only easy raids, and I want to log in every day, collect loot, and then, you know, chill with my buds, drink beers, and log out. And it's like, okay, but, you know, can't we have both? Can't we have, like, easy raids for people who just want to, like, log in, fuck around with the boys, and then log out, and then hard raids for people like me who like the challenge? Why do we not need to have that? But then some people have this mindset of, well, if I can't do this content, then nobody else should be able to do it, and I need to be able to do all the content in the game. But then I would argue that goes directly against the Classic experience that so many people claim they like, where only 1% of people cleared Naxxramas back in the day, and you would see that person in, you know, the Ironforge or whatever, wearing the super awesome raid gear, and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. I want to have that gear too, and it, like, motivates you to try. And isn't that, like, part of the game back then? Like, we view Classic nowadays as, like, this super easy game to, like, chill and kick back and hang out, but, like, that's not what it was like back in the day. Molten Core and Blackwing Lair and, you know, fucking Ahn'Qiraj, all the way through Naxxramas, like, these were hard raids for the time. Obviously, yes, a lot of it was because coordinating 40 people was difficult, and because people's PCs were shit back then. Molten Core is not a challenging raid in any sense, unless, you know, somebody can't move out of the fire. But back in the day, not that many people cleared it, and very few people cleared Nax. So it was hard for the time. Now, obviously, the definition of hard is going to have evolved over time. Our modern version of challenging content is going to look very different from what was considered challenging back then. So yes, of course, people are able to steamroll Molten Core, get their epics, and, you know, walk around with their full best in slot set and look pretty in Ironforge. But also, I do think that it would be more in the Classic style if slightly harder raids got added, so that you had something to aspire to. Not, like, absolutely brutal 400 pull mythic raid bosses, but stuff that at least made you work for it. I am heading for... right now, I'm going to check out the Arathi Highlands stuff. There's, in Arathi Highlands, we have Wild Tusk Village, Ruins of Zul Rasaz, Farwell Stead, Gallant Square, Livingstone Croft. I've already explored these areas a little bit, but I'll show them, because I did them off stream. But then there's these areas up here. So I'm going to check that out. And then I'll probably head through Hillsbrad and check out Gilneas while I'm here. I'm not going to show Tirisfal Uplands, because I already did all of this on stream. And Silverpine, I don't think, has anything new. But I'll explore Gilneas after this. And there is one area in the Hinterlands, but I believe the only new thing in the Hinterlands is this. It is this little path that leads into Ruins of Zul Rasaz. Back in the day, info was scarce. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you had to rely on Thoughtbot. Well, if you like it, you like it. Exactly, yeah. And I think it is important to just acknowledge that different people like different things, and Classic Plus could very easily cater to a much wider audience. It doesn't have to be hyper-fixated on one particular type of player. But so many people get, like, really offended at the idea of, like, how dare people say that Classic Plus should have harder raids? That's not the true Classic experience. But, like, why not both? Because Turtle does it. Everybody thinks that Turtle is, like, a really good iteration of Classic Plus, but Turtle WoW caters to a lot of different types of players. It has the harder raids. It has, like, the level up content, new zones, new dungeons, you know, different little game modes, little mini games and stuff like that. Honestly, it covers so many different types of players. So I hope that when Blizzard designs their Classic Plus, they take that into consideration as well. That it should cover a wide range of new content and not be hyper-fixated on one specific thing. And I do think that, so a few people have kind of pushed back, I can see in chat, because you also said, and SOD is just terrible. And I mean, I disagree with that. Now, I was pretty critical of SOD towards the ends. I know a lot of people did stick it out longer than I did. Definitely, I lasted the longest out of my friend group, but admittedly, my friend group was mostly comprised of retail players. But I know a lot of people really, really enjoyed SOD. Single Die said Scarlet Enclave was a solid raid. DJ Cross said, I love SOD P1. DWN said, SOD was fun. Haters gonna hate, but in the end, it's about how you spent your time. You enjoyed it because of friends and how casual friendly it was for classic players. Yeah, I think SOD also had a lot to offer, especially later on. Some of the earlier phases, I think, were a little bit more focused on only the raiding and stuff. But I did hear that they added a lot of cool stuff during, like, the level 60 phases. Which is why we had this, like, conversation on yesterday's stream. One of the things that we were talking about is, like, should the level up raids come back and whatnot? And honestly, I think if they do Classic Plus, they should probably just go straight to 60 right away. If anything, do, like, one capped phase at level 40, add some new, like, level 35 to 50 content, and then just do 60. I think the constant, like, level locked phases it was an interesting novelty, and I think it is good that they tried it. But I don't really think it was for the best. And I think most people who played SOD at level 60 say that they preferred that version. But I can't really say because I burnt out well before that point. Now, I still had fun in SOD up until that point, but there were a lot of problems with it. And I think a lot of the issues that SOD faced was because of that format, because they chose to do the level locked phases, which just led to a bunch of little janky issues. Talked about that a lot yesterday, so I'm not going to rehash all those points. But I do think, fair to say, SOD did a lot of good stuff. Like, was SOD perfect? Absolutely not. Was SOD even close to Turtle WoW? Definitely not. Did it still have some value, and was it still fun for a lot of people? Yeah, I enjoyed SOD for a good amount of time. I thought the gameplay in SOD especially was pretty good. The main thing that I liked was, like I said, Warlock Tank and a lot of the raids. I really enjoyed doing Warlock Tank and Nomergon. That was very fun for me. So I do hope they continue adding new content like that. I do think they went a little bit over the top with some of the design, but overall it was still fun. Favorite thing that Turtle WoW did was adding goblins in a way that isn't like how Kata did it. They feel like they would have been added back in 2004, 2005. Yeah, I do think it's interesting they did a different approach to that. I'll be honest, I don't love Turtle WoW's goblins. I think it is definitely interesting that it's a different approach to Cataclysm. And they're rebels of the Venture Co., I think is like the lore. They're not like Kazan goblins, which is obviously how Cataclysm did it. But I do think, like, Blackstone Island was kind of like, eh. I didn't hate it, but definitely it was significantly worse than Thalassian Highlands in terms of the new leveling zones. And visually, while obviously they added a good amount of customization to the classic goblins, impressive considering the models they had to work with, I don't really think the classic goblins look very good. Whereas, like, the new High Elf stuff, yeah, I mean, obviously people like Blood Elves, so having, like, High Elf customization for Blood Elves is just kind of, you know, a slam dunk, right? You're wondering what turtle means by something new? So, I mean, elephant in the room, right? Like, they're obviously teasing that they might reboot the servers. Like, that's what they want people to think. Like, there's no way that you post a message like this and think, and don't try to get people to think, like, we're going to make new servers. Like, that is very clearly what they are trying to get people to hope. Is that necessarily what they're saying? I don't know. They're obviously wording it in an ambiguous way because they want as many eyeballs as possible, because that message is going to mean whatever the fuck you want it to mean in your minds, and that's what you're going to hope for. And obviously they know most people want Turtle WoW, so most people are going to see every ending is new beginning and think, ah, they're hinting that they're going to make new servers, or they're going to, like, you know, create like a new spin-off of like Tortuga WoW I've seen people joke about. And like, I don't necessarily know if they're even able to do that cleanly because of the lawsuit. The way that I see it is, if they were just planning on creating new servers, doing something silly like that of like, oh, we'll shut down the current servers and then just make a new one, like, that is such a flimsy excuse that it obviously goes against the lawsuit. If they thought they could get away with doing something like that, they just wouldn't shut down the servers in the first place. They would just say, fuck it, you know, we're just going to ignore the lawsuit. So I think it's probably not the case that we're getting it back. My guess is they probably have like some separate project they're working on. Another theory I've seen is that they're going to make their own MMO. That one, I think, is not implausible in terms of that could be what they are announcing. I do think it would be very idealistic if that is their goal, because obviously from a is this practical standpoint, making your own MMO is not practical. There's a very big difference between running a private server built upon an existing IP and just adding some new stuff to it, and then designing a brand new MMO from the ground up with all new code and mechanics and all that stuff. Very different story there. And as somebody who has followed the stories of a lot of like brand new Kickstarter MMOs, that is a recipe for disaster. That would not go well for them. That being said, like I just said, I've watched a lot of stories of failed Kickstarter MMOs. Despite the fact that it never ends well, people keep doing it. So it also is not outside the realm of possibility that the Turtle devs are like, fuck it, we could do this too, and then they're gonna try. It is definitely a thing that they could be announcing, but I'll be completely honest, if that is their announcement, then I'm just gonna immediately be like, okay, I'll wait to see the Kira TV video like 3 years from now. I'm not gonna stick around to find out what happens. So, I don't know. It could be, I don't know, a completely unrelated project. Who knows? But it's definitely intended to make you go, ooh, I wonder what that is. I wonder. So who knows? Turtle WoW makes WildStar 2.0? I mean, dude, I don't know if there are any... Oh, that's a horde. Okay, I'm guessing this is a horde town. So that's probably what Wild Tusk Village is. Is there any way I could even get through here? It looks like the Ruins of Zul'Razaz leads out into that path, which should cut into the hinterlands. Okay, let me keep going and see if I can find the way into the hinterlands. I think it should meet up there. But yeah, I don't know. I am very curious to see what they announce. Like, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the server just to see whatever their announcement is. But I am not, like, that hopeful that it's going to be anything interesting. I do think they are probably preying a little bit on people's, like, excitement and really, like, I think desperation is honestly a better word. Like, desperation for more Turtle WoW. And they know that if they word it like that, people will be more enticed to, like, keep an eye on the Discord and look out for whatever it is they're about to announce. And I think that's why they're wording it like that. Yeah, let's go down... Okay, this is interesting. I knew that they added some little trails in hinterlands to connect to that little area, but this is a little bit more involved than I thought it was going to be. I kind of figured it would just be a simple little path. But there actually is some stuff here up in the mountains. Alright, I'm going to drop down. I'll head over to Airy Peak. I didn't even remember I picked up a quest for this place. Let me scroll up, because I missed a few messages, I think. The support is really trash. The two-factor authentication app on your phone bugged out and you got locked out. Eventually got it sorted, but you had to track down transaction numbers. Thankfully, I haven't run into that issue, because I have to use the two-factor authentication. But yeah, the support, like, so I will say, the support is trash, but you will, for any non-ban issues, you will eventually find a human. And, like, they will usually, eventually, fix your problem. The issue with, like, their, like, ban appeal thing is the way they handle ban appeals now is it's full-on guilty until proven innocent, but you have no way to get proven innocent because only bots read your support tickets. And then eventually they hit you with the, if you continue submitting tickets, we will terminate your entire account, which, like, what the fuck do you do with that? And after that happened to me, I don't use Twitter. I created a Twitter account entirely to tweet at Blizzard customer support, and lo and behold, I actually got a response. I actually had a Blizzard, at least somebody at Blizzard, on the customer support account respond to my tweet outlining my problem. And you want to know what they told me to do? They told me to submit another ticket until I got a human to fix my problem. And I'm like, motherfucker, the thing told me that if I submit another ticket, my entire account will be terminated. This is my job. I can't terminate the thing that I do for a living. Like, hello? So that's not a viable option. I can't, like, gamble because, like, oh, somebody on Twitter said that if I submit another ticket, well, the automated AI system that has refused to give me an actual human has just told me that it will shut down my entire account that I've had since I was 5 years old. Like, yeah, I'm not going to take that gamble. I ended up just eating the 6 months, and yeah, obviously I'm still very salty about it, but here, I'll throw you an invite. I'm going to be going through Gilneas, so if you're able to clear a path in Gilneas, that could help out. You don't blame people still playing retail, you're just personally done with it. Yeah, and honestly, totally understandable. Like I said, I completely understand just, like, retail not being your thing. That's why I said I do think, though, it is important when talking about it like that, is not saying, like, oh, retail's completely trash, and acknowledging that, hey, retail's just not for me. Retail is a different game. It is not my vibe. But some people still enjoy it, and there are retail players like me who do still enjoy Classic, and again, the main reason I enjoy retail is hard raids, so I really like it when Classic has challenging raids that I can, like, really sink my teeth into. Owner said, with the upcoming weekend, my 2-week vacation starts. You have McDonald's and Harlden is streaming. It doesn't get any better than this. I appreciate you being here, Owner. Well, I will say I'm gonna be taking a slight hiatus. Very slight. But at some point I will... I think I'm going to be streaming a good bit more actively going forward. Though obviously, as I said before, that's going to be more retail stuff. But I will be doing some Zero to Hero stuff on Europe. So that should be fun. It is a shame, because, like, I did really... Well, I really wanted to, like, dive into this, and my initial plan, obviously, before the shutdown and all that got announced, is I was going to try and get to level 60 and chip away at this, like, over the next few months during the retail off-season. So, I was gonna kind of get my classic fix from playing this. I do think I got, like, my classic fix decently fulfilled. A little bit more so than I asked for over the last 2 weeks, putting in all this effort to experience the content. But I do think that, yeah, like, TBC or any other iteration of Classic, like, I was kind of toying with the idea of, like, oh, should I try Mop Classic again? Should I try TBC? And, like, yeah, I'm good. I don't really want to play them right now. It's hard to get motivated to play either one of those at this point in time. So, honestly, I've kind of had like a bit of a retail detox almost. It it's so funny how like when you've been playing so much classic, retail feels so weird. Like I logged into retail for 4 hours on Tuesday for my guild's reclear, and like it almost felt weird moving around the world. Like I felt like so mobile, so floaty, just walking. Like my movement speed is way more than I'm used to. Like my mount is so much faster, and it's just it. Obviously, I play a shitload of retail. Like this should be normal to me, but after you've been playing classic nonstop for like a week and a half, suddenly retail it just feels like getting splashed with a bucket of cold water and having to like learn the general flow all over again. But I mean, I still enjoy it at the end of the day. One thing I will say I am not looking forward to is having to farm my stupid fucking Nilhammer, whatever it's called, Ascendant Nilhammer shards to upgrade all my weapons and trinkets. Ugh. I really like the Gilneas music, by the way. This place, I've been here a little bit, and the background music is really, really cool. Absolutely perfect for the vibe. They did buff the drop rate? Yeah. I heard that, like, running heroic raids, obviously, like, speed running heroic raids with, like, a full raid of mythic players is, like, a pretty good way to go about it. Problem with doing that is, it's, like, for new players or for, like, alt catch-up and stuff, that's not a great way to go about it. At the same time, also, though, like, I guess the Ascendant Nilhammer isn't meant to be, like, an alt catch-up system. It's, like, kind of a final turbo boost kind of mechanic. I don't know. I mean, I hate it. I think it's so dumb. I'm not looking forward to that. And admittedly, like, I kind of got away with not doing that for this past week. Because, obviously, it was fucked. Nobody in my guild really... I think, like, a few people in my raid team grinded it out before our Tuesday raid. But I, straight up, like, I posted in guild Discord... The moment I realized how much of an annoying grind it was, I'm like, alright, I'm out. Fuck this shit. I'm logging off. I'm going back to Turtle WoW. I'll see you guys at Raid. I am not grinding this. Fuck that. Okay, so this is the entrance to Gilneas City. Let me at least run inside. That's a pretty cool loading screen. This is really cool. Look at this fucking place, goddamn. It seems much smaller compared to the other dungeons. Yeah, I can already see one of the bosses from here. Oh, and there's a new Worgen model. A little hooded Worgen. Man, this dungeon seems sick. At the very least, this dungeon is in 1.17, so if I wanted to, I could always play this on one of the leaked servers. I don't think I'm going to, but it's there if I want to. So, that's something at least. Oh, my dog is right outside my window, barking like crazy. But yeah, I do think that at some point this weekend, I probably will, at the very least on my Blood DK, I'll probably have to just grind out the Ascendant Nilhammer stuff. Because at some point, we're going to do Mythic Lura rekills, and having upgraded weapons and trinkets will be important for that, so I should do that. I should get that done. Technically, I guess I don't need to have that before Tuesday raid. So if I make, like, some progress on it now, and I do the rest on, like, the weekly reset before raid, that's all that really matters. But at the same time, also, I want to make, like, a little... what I'm probably going to do is, because the Ascendant Nilhammer at this point has kind of already been solved, and it's like, I don't know, it's not that important of a system, I'm not going to make like a fully edited, like detailed guide on it, but I'm going to probably record an unedited, unlisted video for the second channel. And then I'll throw that up there and put a link to it in the description of the 11-hour gearing guide. That way, people who are using that still have the information available to them if they need it. Pretty cool. I do like how the overall, like, layout of Gilneas is completely different in Turtle. Like, this is not even remotely similar to how it looks in Cataclysm. Same general vibe, obviously. You know, the lore is not changed. It's still, you know, overrun with the Worgen and stuff like that, and ruined from the Second War. But it's just a complete reimagining of Gilneas, which is very, very cool. Alright, let me scroll up and read some of the messages I missed. I don't understand the types that revolve their entire thought process around what they hate and nothing else. It has to be exhausting to live like that. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, it was depressing seeing their entire thought process throughout that, because, like, the entire Legion Remix thing, that's what I never understood. Like, my entire goal with the Legion Remix speedruns was I just wanted to get a really cool, really fast run. That was what everybody was, like, grouping up together to do. We had our entire little team, really proud of the work that we managed to do, and every single person in my little, my little squad that I assembled for the Legion Remix stuff, we were all, like, constantly spitballing ideas, like, okay, how can we save time here? Like, so many people had, like, cool ideas that we would test out, and a lot of them ended up being really important for, like, cutting time down. Ah, this is neat. That is a very unique building structure. I've never seen that model. Looks custom. And this is presumably the... Yeah, this is the Horde area. Interesting that it's an Undercity area, but they're all human. Huh. I wonder what the lore behind that is. Oh shit, Zentariel. Former Turtle 3D artist here. Hope you guys enjoyed the new NPC models for Timmermaw, new Furbolg's female satyr. Wait, I did dungeons with them. Oh shit. I didn't know Zentariel was one of the developers. That's awesome. I think they healed my Wailing Caverns. Definitely they healed Wailing Caverns. I don't know what other runs I had them in. Huh. That's cool. That was your healer in Dragon Ball Retreat? There you go! You also played with one of the 3D modelers. They never mentioned that. That's my first time finding out about that. Sick. Devs were among us this entire time. It's the Warcraft 3 humans that Sylvanas Banshee took when they fought Varamothras? Oh, shit. Oh, that is like ancient Warcraft 3 lore. Oh, that's so cool that they brought that back. Man. I really wish I got to play through the zone. I guess technically I still can. Technically, this is part of the leaked files, so I could. Undercover dev, yeah. Well, that's awesome. Human in body, Banshee in soul. That's sick lore. The old Banshees used to be so much cooler in terms of, like, the Warcraft 3 lore. Oh, shit. Well, I haven't been dismounted yet. Still going. And I saw a few people asking, Turtle closes in 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're at the very end now. Still a decent amount of people on my friends list online. Let me scroll up again. Oh yeah, but the entire point that I started making before I got distracted is, yeah, so the entire inspiration for, like, my team behind our Legion Remix speedruns is we just wanted to do something cool. And we were just really excited about trying to optimize the run and push the time further. But the entire inspiration for that group behind why they were doing their runs was, one, they want to get a really fast time and embarrass Blizzard, because, oh, wouldn't Blizzard look so bad if we got this super fast leveling time? Oh, they're never going to sell any boosts. It's going to ruin them or whatever. It was all anti-Blizzard, and then later on, it became anti-me. And they just became fueled by how much they hated, like, my indifference to them. Well, I will say, like, they definitely got on my nerves, for sure, but I refuse to acknowledge them, and that really pissed them off. So they're constantly pinging me and trying to get my attention and trying to, like, brag that they beat me, which also was funny as fuck. The moments that I released my video and I had actually secretly destroyed their world record, and then suddenly they were super quiet. I didn't get any pings from that. And then one person in the Discord where they were spam pinging me, by the way, where they were constantly like, oh, did you see that we beat your time? Ha ha ha, you must feel so dumb, right? In that Discord, somebody pinged one of them and said, like, hey, did you see that he posted a video and he beat your time? And they finally responded after, like, multiple hours and said, yeah, but they used, like, 20-something people to do the run, so it doesn't count. Which is gonna be really funny. Really funny when they find out what else we did after the fact. Because if that's their only coping mechanism, then in a few months from now, they're going to be even more pissed off. But that's the thing. They were entirely fueled by their hatred for Blizzard and their hatred for me. When I was just sitting there trying to have fun. And in the end, hey, the person trying to have fun and do something for the love of the game were the ones who won. So, you know, maybe there's a lesson to be learned there. Temporary bans for gold buyers, bots, farmers, and hackers. Permabans for people who just want to play the game. Yeah, the fact that you can buy gold, provably, and only get a slap on the wrist, but the automatic, like, report from multiple people ban hits you with a perma, that is a little bit crazy. I don't know how it still works like that. You could see Blizzard making Blackstone Island as a starting zone back in 2004. Yeah, for sure. No, that is, I think, the best thing I can say about Blackstone Island. I didn't personally enjoy it, but it does feel like an actual starting zone. It feels like it belongs in the universe. So for sure, I'm right with you there. Neat little cave. Oh, it goes further. There's a whole little quest hub. Multiple quest givers in this little cave. That's pretty cool. It's been a joyful run in Turtle WoW. Love you all. For the Horde. I really wish I could have gotten to play my Horde character more as well. It's also really cool how many, like, faction-specific things there are. Like, the fact that there's an entire Alliance and Horde side to Gilneas. Two completely different stories for each faction. And I'm sure even the zones I did, like Grim Reaches, I'm sure that the Horde have completely different quests there. Same with Baelor. I actually don't even know where the Horde camp in Baelor is. I know that the Horde have quests somewhere in Baelor. I could not tell you where. I do not know. I never found it. And I explored that island a lot. So There are still things that are unknown to me. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to go back to Baelor and just look for that. I have bigger fish to fry in the last hour or two. It's on an island southeast of Baelor. Well, the southeast island of Baelor, this one is the Alliance outpost. So, the Horde one probably is a different area. Oh, another Horde camp. Okay. An hour, 30 minutes left. Also, one thing that I think is funny, like a few weeks ago, right around the time I was starting out, somebody gave me 2,000 gold. And look at how much gold I have left. So, that person, if they ever see this, I added them to friends. This person, dehumanizing. They just open trade, boom, 2k gold. And then said, enjoy. So, dehumanizing, if you ever watch this, your 2k gold was well invested. I made the most of it. I got all my professions leveled up. I got enchanting maxed out. At least, well, 4 by level. I can't really easily go into Oldemon, nor do I have the time. I got all the things I need from engineering, first aid, cooking, all that stuff maxed out, did professions and a bunch of my alts. And I was only able to do that because of all that gold. And also I bought like a bunch of random greens and stuff along the way. Like this cloak I bought, this ring I bought. And that was only possible because of that 2k. Oh, fuck. Oh, you came just in time. I'm getting chain stunned. And you arrived to kill the mobs. Thank you. I want to outrun this before I get stunned a third time. I did come here before. I picked up a quest from this mob. As I saw on the map, there was a quest that was like, bring something to an NPC in like a different zone. I was like, okay, that seems easy enough. I could probably do that. You're coming at it from a different POV since you make videos? Yeah, exactly. I definitely... My experience with World of Warcraft is definitely not indicative of, I think, the average person's experience. I think we can just look at this area from a distance and be like, huh, that seems like a neat little fort area. I don't think I want to go in there. Obviously, I could just, you know, have Entrophia here murder all the mobs, but also... I have less than 2 hours, and I still have a lot that I need to see. So, we'll just, try and tighten up the trip. And I want to see what that island is. There's a little ruined fort on that island. And then I can take the flight path out of here. I think I'm going to fly to Chillwind Camp in Western Plaguelands. And then I'm going to make my way through EPL. And then we'll head up to Thalassian Highlands. I've crafted an Agi staff instead of an instaff? Oh no. I distracted you. Hey, all I'm saying, if you had watched the 11-hour gearing video, I do explicitly say, during the crafting section, that you need to double check. I say multiple times, make sure you double, triple check that you aren't accidentally crafting the wrong primary stat, because that is a common mistake. You had to blame someone? Fair enough. One of my guildies, like, skimmed through my video, and he was like, wow, so many times I pick a random spot in this 11-hour video, and, like, all you keep saying is, like, don't do X, don't do Y. And, like, yeah... there are so many things in retail where if you make the wrong decision, you can actually completely fuck up your gearing process and, like, kind of soft brick your character. So, the unfortunate reality is I kind of need to do that. I kind of need to reiterate over and over and over, hey, don't fuck this up. Also, did I forgot I unlocked the Lights Hope Chapel flight point. I guess I'll fly there, because it's closer. So there are multiple times when I say, like, make sure you don't fuck this up. Also, in Trophia, if you... I don't know how easy it would be for you to get to EPL. I'm going to try and cut through EPL to get to Alathalos. But after that, I'm going to be heading to my current plan. So the route is... Let me look at my checklist. I've seen most things. There are a few things in Dustwallow. There's one spot in EPL I want to see. But then after that, I'm going to... Yeah, so I'm going to go around Dustwallow. So I'm going to go to Alathalos. Then I'm going to Hearthstone to Ironforge. I'm going to fly down to Menethil Harbor. I'm going to take the boat to Theramore. And then I'm going to quickly check out. There's like a few areas... there's something down there, and then there's a few areas up here. I'm just going to quickly run around, check that out. Then back to Theramore. Then I'm going to fly down to Gadgetzan. There is 2 areas in Tenaris. There is Sandmoon Village and Slickwick Oil Rig, which I'm guessing is down here because I don't remember that being a thing. So I'll try to check that out. Then I'm going to fly to... Actually, I might fly to tel'abim first, because it's probably a little bit easier to do it that way. And then, obviously, we're going to check out tel'abim. Then... What else? I mean, I need to cut my journey short somewhere. Technically, the only stuff I haven't really shown is... There's, obviously Moonwhisper Coast, for sure. Oh, Hygel, too. I kind of want to show Hygel. You'll wait in Kalimdor? Gotcha. Maybe, I think we can cut some of the Dustwallow stuff. I definitely want to show Moonwhisper Coast, and I want to show Hygel. But I want to show tel'abim. Can I get Ice Point Rock? Too. Do that. You know what? I might do that. What I might do, I'll take the boat from Alathalos to Aberdeen. I'm going to take this up to Ice Point Rock, and then I will Hearth to Ironforge, and then do tel'abim, and then Moonwhisper Coast. Because I kind of want to see Ice Point Rock. I've heard about that. Scarlet Citadel looks cool. Yeah, but, like, Scarlet Enclave is also... Isn't that pretty much just a copy-paste from, like, Wrath of the Lich King? As far as I know, they didn't really add a ton here. You did just enough for a weapon to upgrade the Nilhammer on Tuesday. Yeah, I think getting the weapon upgraded is the most important part. It was a cool thing seeing Kilrog Deadeye hunting the Stormweaver clan. Oh, is that the Horde storyline? Oh, that's sick. How's the exploring been going? Good. I've seen most of the really important stuff. Below the monastery. Wait, there's a new area in Tearsfall below Scarlet Monastery? Huh. Or are we talking about something different? If there is something new here, I actually missed that. That was not on my checklist of new areas. It's been there for so long, really. I'm surprised it wasn't on the checklist. So I tried to be pretty thorough in looking up all the different Turtle WoW stuff. Below the monastery, and it's filled with level 60 elites. Damn. Unfortunately, I don't really think I have time to go check that out. I want to hit... I mean, I have 3 custom zones to hit, and a few new areas. I think maybe we cut Slickwick Oil Rig, which I'm assuming is down there. Sandmoon Village I can very easily see. It's like, oh shit, I almost just walked straight into that chasm. That would have been bad. Sandmoon Village I can very easily pop through Gadgetzan Sea and then take a flight over to tel'abim. And tel'abim I definitely want to see. Moonwhisper Coast, I will admit, so if you saw the thumbnail of this stream, the thumbnail takes place in Moonwhisper Coast. So you can see I actually did explore a little bit to grab that thumbnail, but I've only seen part of it, and I would like to see the rest of the zone. So no matter what happens, by the end here, I want to swing by Moonwhisper Coast and check that out. But tel'abim, Moonwhisper, and Hyjal, I'd like to see part of Hyjal, but also that might be hard to navigate without, like, a ton of guards. And Hyjal, from what I've heard, is kind of similar to, like, the Warcraft 3/Kata version. It's not, like, a completely new area. So maybe it's not the most important thing ever. It's funny seeing all the people in World Chat asking for, like, Thunder Fury, getting leveled to 60, stuff like that. I mean, I'd imagine, at this point, you know, may as well. Who cares if, like, one random person gets, like, Thunder Fury? Hell, give them Martin Fury at this point. What are they gonna do with it? Is this new? This might not be new. I honestly can't remember. This might just be like a Nox Ramus thing, and I just don't remember it because I usually don't play during later Kata or later classic phases. That's probably what it is. Okay, let's try to not die in this area. That would be very nice if I could not die. Shit. I'm gonna pull this Plague Bat. Yep. Okay. Should be fine as long as I have enough room to run. Okay, good. I don't know how to access this upper area. It looks like the path is on this side, so that's kind of why I'm going along this way. There is one new area in Eastern Plaguelands. It is this area here. You can see there's also a world boss over there. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna aggro these. Shit. This might be hard to access. Because this entire area is, like, full of hostile mobs. Okay, yeah, and I don't want to get anywhere near Nerubians because they're going to web me. Okay, yeah, maybe I just need to give up on this particular section. Okay, that doesn't do damage. Might still have your old media account. I appreciate it. At this point, honestly, I'm really just doing this for fun. Especially, like, it's kind of cool. It's like a time-honored, like, World of Warcraft tradition of exploring high-level areas in a low-level character. Like, if I want to just see these zones, right? People have documented them out there. I can just watch videos and see what they looked like. That's not really the point. The point really is to just see if I can take my character and make my way through all these high-level areas on foot and get to see it, you know, in person here. Okay, yeah, so this is a guarded area, but you can see there's like an upper area here that goes into the mountains. So that's cool. Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, at this point in time, even if you were to, like, share any account like that, how much time would I realistically have to get that? Oh boy. Okay, so one of the reasons I even bothered going out here is I really wanted to see, can I make it into Alothalos from this direction? And we're about to find out. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was a bad jump. Don't get dismounted. Oh, I dodged? Oh. Look at how many Scourge there are. I'm bubbling. I'm bubbling and sprint potioning. Holy shit, there's a lot of mobs. But I can make it. Oh my god, all the guards are proccing. Are they gonna leash? They're still chasing me. Oh no. Okay, they're leashing, I think. This one does not want to give up. This one wants my ass, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay. Woo! Finally, we made it. Highlands is probably the most beautiful zone Turtle ever made. Yeah. Yeah, this place is really cool. I've been here. I did the entire starting zone on a high elf. But I guess technically I didn't show that on stream, so I think it's worth showcasing this. This is where you start off. This is like the initial town at level 1. You do quests around this area. Hey, somebody's starting out just now. They have just enough time to get to level 5. Butt clencher, yeah. See, that's what I mean. That's why I'm doing this. That's the fun part. And this is the final area of the zone, the level 10 elite area, where the group quest goes. So the end's antagonist of the High Elf starting zone is Blood Elves. I thought that was kind of neat the first time I did this. You can see there's like Ghostlands type corruption in this section. Yeah, Thalassian Highlands is a really, really, really good starting zone. I really like this place. So that's, like, Blackstone Island, I don't know, like, it was fine, right? But I played through this first, and then I did Blackstone Islands. And it was night and day. This was so much better. Traitor Blood Elves, yeah. I love the lore that they had set up for this. Their vision for Quel'Thalas was so cool. You feel so sad for the composers that made all these soundtracks for Turtle. They all made amazing music. Dragonbond Baylor, best as well as Highlands, yeah. Windhorn Canyon also, I mean, that place had really good music. I've heard Moonwhisper Coast has amazing tracks. I've heard a little bit, and so far it was really good. Definitely a shame. I think it's cute. This person picked this little log as their final resting spot. It is a very pretty place to end the server on. This island I really like. Isle of Eternal Autumn. Another fact in the Blood Elf part of it is the Forsaken Emissary there with the elite leader of the Blood Elves. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, this place is super pretty. I do like how, like, over there in that little Night Elf tent is Sierra Moonwarden. Who's, like, one of the main Warden leaders throughout, like, Legion and stuff. I'm not going to play an Octo WoW, no. I mean, if people, like, are interested in that and they want to try it, like, Godspeed. I hope you have fun, but yeah, not really for me. OctoWoW has a lot of red flags from what I've seen. Yeah, I've heard people talking about it, but I don't know enough to really comment myself. You're gonna miss Turtle WoW? You had multiple 60s here? I wish I got to 60. But I'm at least glad I got to see as much of it as I have before it was gone. Right, let's make our way to the boat. You're gonna wait and see how things settle? Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Just give it some time. Personally, all of the stuff that I found most interesting from Turtle was 1.18 onwards anyways. So, to me, I think any version of Turtle WoW without that stuff is kind of a non-starter. Because, like, I've already seen so much of the lower level stuff, and, like, yeah, sure, I could play through Hateforge Quarry, I could play through Gilneas and Gilneas City and whatnot. Is the boat here? No, okay, the boat's not here yet, so one thing that I'll quickly show. So, I did this quest before, and the first thing I think when I see this little area is fucking Astalor. Now Astalor, like, he's an NPC, or like character in the lore for a while, right? But now, anytime I see Astalor anywhere, in any version of WoW, I'm just gonna think, kill for me, no! Because the fucking Prey voice lines are just going to be eternally seared into my brain. And he's here, he's chilling, he gives out the level 10 elite quest at the end there. There's also, Verisa Windrunner and Lorthamar Theron are in that little spire over there. They're the main High Elf leaders. One thing that I thought was cool is you can see there's like this little celebration thing. There's like flowers on the grounds, a festive keg. This was actually, while I'm here, I may as well grab this. I should have time to do this. This may come in handy. Because the boat just got here. Yeah, I can make that. That'll give me slow fall one time if I need it. And honestly, that could end up saving my life in some cases. I should also equip Parachute Cloak. Because there could be situations where having another slow fall is beneficial. But this whole little area, this thing on the docks, that's a player wedding. So players organize some like little wedding event, and the GM set up like a little area for them here. And I think because obviously the server's about to end, they never bothered to clean it up. But I've seen a few little wedding celebrations left over in various towns. It's kind of cute. It's the kind of thing that could never really happen on non-private servers. Where is it? Flagon of mead. Alright. I'll have a drink. You want to play WoW again, but damn, Era Classic is so boring after Total WoW? Yeah. Really hard to go back to any version of Classic at this point. Hell for Me Now is the best meme. Yeah. That is the one thing about the praise system that I like. Alright, we have about an hour. I think I can make it in time. So, just to... I'm honestly reminding myself. I'll cut out all the Dustwallow sightseeing. I don't really think I care enough about the random little ogre hubs in there. So we'll fly down to Gadgetzan. We'll check out Sandmoon Village. We'll fly to tel'abim. We'll check that out. And then, I guess, what would be the easiest way to get to Moonwhisper? Probably a major city. But... I wonder if I could just ask for a summon to Moonwhisper. Because, like, there's a ton of people there. So I could probably just get somebody to summon me directly to that. Because that's where the final festival is. I can ask for a summon? Okay, that's the plan, then. Ice Point, Hearth. Theramore, or Menethil Harbor Boat, Theramore, fly to Gadgetzan, Sandmoon Village, tel'abim, and then summon to Moonwhisper Coast. And then we explore from there. Trying to level a Warlock, but man, nothing can beat your Warlock here. It was hardcore till 60, and then you cleared all the raid tiers, as well as getting Atiesh and Scythe of Elune. I'd be really curious to see what the Scythe of Elune stuff was. I heard it had, like, a whole big quest line, just like a lot of the other legendaries. It's really cool that they added something like that. Yeah, I think what Zulsi said is probably the best of... I've heard mixed things about OctoWoW. I'm not going to confidently say one way or another whether or not it's like a scam or anything like that, but definitely just, if you want to try it, make sure you research it thoroughly. Best thing in Turtle WoW was being a Troll Warlock and Demonology getting to be usable as well as revealed in the friends you made in your journey. You don't RP much, but Turtle WoW did an amazing attention to roleplayers. Yeah, it's been really cool seeing like so many little roleplay guilds just still, even with the server dying, organizing events and doing little things. It was honestly, I was a little bit annoyed. I couldn't even be that mad though, but I was the other day like off stream trying to get some professions done on one of my alts, and I was in Stormwind at the auction house. And there was some, like, Gurabashi tribe, like, roleplay thing where they invaded Stormwind, and because I had war mode on, they killed me. So I had to, like, AFK for 15 minutes while they did their roleplay thing. like a bunch of Horde players invaded Stormwinds, and then I went outside the city and there were a bunch of catapults and stuff set up. So I'm guessing the GMs like created catapult objects for them for their roleplay. And it's like, as much as I was a little bit annoyed at dying because I was trying to get stuff done, I was kind of like, it's kind of cool though. They have like big roleplay events like that even still. Retail at this point looks kind of like WoW, but does not feel like Warcraft. I think that's a good way to describe it, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really care for like the lore and story in retail whatsoever. I've just completely given up on it. So it was definitely refreshing seeing an iteration of WoW in Turtle, that is, where they clearly put a lot of attention to detail in the backstory and the lore. And I thought that was really cool. Because I've completely checked out with retail at this point. I cannot give a fuck. How long is this boat ride? It looks like Ice Point Rock is all the way up there. You can swim to Moonwhisper from Darkshore? I mean, I'm sure I could. Right? Like, I probably could, but... that's a long swim. Scythe of Elune is probably the best questline you've ever done. It was such a joy to read all the quests. And it even continues the Duskwood part of the Scythe as part of the questline. Damn. Wish I got to see what that was all about. I'm sure it's been documented somewhere, though. I'm really glad I got to see this zone in particular, Ice Point Rock. This seemed really cool. The fact that there's just like a random Tuskar island off the northern coast. There's a teleport to the coast zone in both Stormwind and Urgamar. Yeah. Now, I know that you can get there. The problem is, I'm going to be using my Hearthstone to get out of here. Right? Like, I'm going to be hearthing to Ironforge, and then from Ironforge, maybe, you know what I could do? I could hearth to Ironforge, and then I could teleport to Moonwhisper Coast, and maybe I just, like, do that first, and then end in the southern part of the zone. Maybe that would be easier, yeah. I do Moonwhisper, then I do Hygel, then I fly down, and we, like, end with tel'abim. That's Moonwhisper over there. I can kind of barely see it off in the distance. Ooh, what is that? I'm guessing that's like this island, or one of them at least. No, you can't stream on Twitch. They don't let you stream private servers. That's a crazy dragon statue. I'll have to check that out. Wait, what the... What's going on over there? The water is missing. Huh. Having a little whiskey to send off Turtle WoW. Cheers. Somebody did trade me a bunch of alcohol on this character. How did I get on this boat? There's a Tuskar up here on the northern coast of Darkshore. I did a quest here at like level 20 or so when I was leveling in Darkshore. And then at level 40, there's a follow-up that sends you on the Tuskar boat ride. Vlad Azeroth confirmed. Turtle WoW is the most Warcraft we felt in years. Classic 2019 was epic, but then being so slow in Classic Plus is so sad. Yeah. For sure. You had multi-60s on Turtle. At some point, you did start to get afraid of getting hacked, so you quit. Yeah, I guess. It's always hard to know when stuff like this is really going to stick around. Ah, there it is. You can see it. Where am I on the world map? Oh, okay. This is really far north. Yeah, this little boat ride is sick. Anek Noon. Okay, so there's a little Tuskar village up here. That's cool. Oh, hey, there's another player here.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm not going to be doing the quests. Damn. This place looks sick. How do I get to the top of the mountain? Oh, the map is a little bit disjointed. I can only explore a little bit. I do have to see the other zones. Such, like... This is so fucking cool, man. I hope they learn, like, the really good and bad of Turtle, what people loved and what people hated, to make the best Classic Plus we can ever get. Yeah. I think that's really the best mentality to have going forward, for sure. The DJ just said, please stick around on the Turtle Discord, you won't regret it. Yeah, I mean, I really hope they have something crazy planned. I don't know. Okay, so it looks like... Fuck it, I'll swim around. I really want to see what's on top of the mountain. There's a rare mob up there. What's the point with this place? Well, there's some quests here. I mean, I think part of the point is probably just that it's really cool. That there's just a random, you know, Tuskar ice island all the way up north on the edge of the map. Like, that's just sick. But there are a few quests here. I want to believe we get a good Classic Plus, since you won't play private servers ever again after Turtle WoW. Nothing comes close to it, nor will you risk your character just to get deleted. Yeah, I feel that for sure. Iceplane has like 3 quests, 1 rare, and 1 hell of a Northrend vibe. Yeah, Northrend vibe for sure. I wonder if the rare is actually up. That would be cool. Oh, there's another person here. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Damn. I mean, I figure of all the places to park your character at the end, this is definitely a good choice.
Yes. Fantastic. Yes.
Alright. But here, I hearth to Ironforge. Sell your gear, run into the water, and drown before the shutdown? Nuh-uh. Aw, he gave me Bark of the Wild before I teleported out. That's cute. I am gonna die on my feet. I'm going to explore as much as I can until the game kicks me off. Ogres equal New Taran. Leek Sedamani and High Elf? Yeah. Oh, okay, I know the leaks you're talking about. Yeah, I don't believe those leaks. I'm not sold on that. Jeez, there's a lot of people here. So yeah, this is the final, like, send-off celebration fair that they're doing. There's apparently a DJ who's streaming. And they have, everybody gathering. I mean, you can get an idea of how many people are here, right? They can't even fit all the nameplates on the screen. Damn. Buffing random strangers in the wilderness, we lost that? Yeah. Shit has more real players than TPC Classic? True. Alright. As much as I wish I could stick around this area, there's exploring to be done. I want to see this zone. God, my game is lagging. There's too many people. Holy shit. Well, I moved to retail to go to Epoch. Well, so I only started this server a few weeks ago. I wanted to see it before it's gone. I already regularly play retail. Like, that's my main game. I am a retail content creator. I raid Mythic. That's, like, my main thing that I do. So, I mean, I still play retail. That's what I'll probably end up doing. I don't plan on playing any other private servers, but I am very interested to see, like, the future of Classic Plus in general, and whether anybody decides to carry the torch for Turtle. Turn off nameplates for the sake of your clients. Well, if I was sticking around here for much longer, I probably would. Okay, this music is good. Is this the Alliance Town? Oh shit. Level 39 is getting mauled. Run level 39! Oh no. They've fallen. Okay, this is not an Alliance Town. It's a little druid encampment. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask for any, like, private server stuff. I think it's probably fair to call myself a tourist for private servers. I don't really play them much. Turtle is the only one I was ever really interested in. I played it specifically because I wanted to see everything before it was gone. And I don't plan on playing more private servers after this. But I think a few other people in chat have expressed their opinions on different servers and stuff. Okay, so that's where the dragon statue is, so I want to swim out there and check that out. Oh, shit. Okay. Maybe as long as I stay by the surface, I won't pull those Hydra. Maybe I'll be fine. Do I feel a difference between retail and this? Oh, I mean, absolutely. They're fundamentally different. I play retail for the Mythic rating. This is a completely different experience. This has been fully about the journey. Like, I enjoy both aspects of, like, playing games. Like, the journey and the destination. But, like, for me, in retail, it is 100% about the destination. I want to kill the final boss on Mythic. And it's very fun to, like, optimize the process of gearing and trying to get to that point. Of getting my character ready, you know, working with my raid team. The turtle made it to the water. True. So that's why I play retail. But here, I didn't even make it to endgame. I never actually got to raid in this version, and I still had so much fun. But they're just completely different experiences. Based on the talents you've seen in Epoch, it seems like a mix of TBC and Wrath. Just a cheap idea, unlike Turtle WoW, but the biggest problem with Epoch is Ascension. They so sus and strange. Are they run by that? This music is like all ominous. Are there, okay, hostile mobs in the water here? Am I gonna just have a Mercura pop out, eat my face? There's some friendly guy up there. Whizbeard Cog Snipper. Epoch got taken over by Ascension. Gotcha. Found a druid on the retail orange cat mount. I don't think Blizzard cares about the store mounts. Let me... Okay, there's a Hydra over there, so if I take this line, I should dodge any Hydras. You played on Turtle WoW since 2022. The server was around 1,000 plus. You remember your first 10k peak? It was so laggy. We did fear back then that the server growing so fast. Yeah. I mean, the more eyeballs you have, definitely the more risk of something like that happening. Is Nagosa's rest? Interesting. Well, that explains why there's a big dragon statue. There's some, like, blue dragon stuff here. Let me see if I can get a better view without getting too close and risking death. Pretty cool. I'm going to make it to the shore here. Hopefully alive. And then I'm going to try to tour the zone from top to bottom. And then presumably... Ooh. I like what I'm hearing right now. Damn. This is like... Is that a pan flute? Holy fuck, this music goes crazy. Okay, the entire beach is covered in hydras. Yeah, definitely Turtle antagonizing Blizzard did not do them any favors, for sure. I can thread the needle here. Murlocs. Okay, I gotta be careful here, because Murlocs will... If I get rooted by any of these mobs, I'm fucked. So... Whatever I get in combat with, I need to make sure it is something that will just run after me and not be able to catch up. Is that a horde area? Doesn't look like it. Hydra is the future. From one dead head, there will be 10 new ones. Nothing is over. Yeah, maybe the Hydras that I'm running into. They're symbolic. Oh, what the fuck is that? That is cool. There's another Taran camp up here. This is such a fucking cool zone, by the way. Like, it kind of goes without saying, right? Like, I think that just... I don't really need to point out the fact that it is such a fucking cool zone, but I also do think it is worth acknowledging that it is such a fucking cool zone. Like, especially the thing that I love about zones like this, like Baelor and stuff like that, is it is just brand new. Like, there is, especially Baelor at least has some grounding in the old Warcraft lore, but there is absolutely, like, this is completely something they thought of on their own. Like, what if we had an area of, like, Tauren, Draenei, and, like, corrupted druids and blue dragons, and it's, like, this kind of, like, somewhat familiar, but also super alien landscape. Oh my god, this zone is fucking gorgeous. I'm really sad I didn't get to make it to level 50 and play through this place. Moonwhisper was not in Warcraft 3. What? I mean, there might be some mentions of locations in the Warcraft 3 lore, but there's zero real grounding towards, like, Moonwhisper Coast as a... I mean, as this general concept, right? I mean, yeah, like, I look up Moonwhisper Coast, I can't even find anything related to regular lore. All I see is, like, Turtle WoW stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, that some of the stuff they pull upon might have been based on little, like, tidbits of info from Warcraft 3. I'm sure that they pulled upon existing lore to, like, craft this new area. Did somebody just hit level 60? God damn. Imagine hitting level 60 on hardcore in the final hour of the server. That has gotta feel good. And then somebody also dies immediately after. Nendis is in this zone. It was the first zone in Frozen Throne. Hey, let me Google. Nendis WoW. Nendis was a Night Elf seaport town in the Ashara region of Kalimdor. The town was raised by the Naga on orders from Illidan, who used the port to escape to the Broken Isles. Okay, so... I see what you mean. So there was a single town north of Ashara in Warcraft 3, and they used that as, like, part of the basis for the lore. I mean, so at least that is a solid foundation, right? It is established that there are some Night Elf settlements north of Ashara. But, I mean, the rest of the lore, especially all the Tauren stuff, all the Draenei stuff, that's all brand new, right? Yeah, that's another Horde town. Less than an hour, yeah. Someone hits 60 and then someone dies immediately after. Cinema, yeah. How many devs do I think work for Turtle? I mean, I have no idea. They have a decent amount of people working on the project, from what I can tell. And apparently I ran a dungeon with one of them. I didn't even realize. That was kind of cool, finding out that one of the healers I ran with was secretly a Turtle WoW dev the entire time. I'm a little bit too close to that mob for comfort. They just posted. They posted in the world chat like a little while ago that they were the 3D modeler for Satyr and some of the other stuff. I suppose it's not that surprising that some of the few people still playing this late are developers. Oh, there's an Elec. It's cool. End of an era for sure, yeah. I'm glad I got to experience it. 19 minutes ago, the Fresh Realm just downed the last boss in Kara 40. They did that earlier. Because before I even started stream, I saw them post on Reddit. Assuming that's Mephistroth, right? Unless, did they also just do Timbermaw holds? I don't see any posts. Yeah, I think what you're seeing is the post from earlier today. But yeah, it is crazy that they managed to do that. Also, do I even... I literally won't be able to Hearthstone again. My Hearthstone is on cooldown for longer than the server will be active. That's wild. Shit. Thread the needle here. Para 40 Timbermaws, whatever, it's tier 2.5. Yeah, I mean, for all I know, they already cleared that. I did see their Mephistroth post, though. That was very cool. You don't play Classic, but you're glad you're here to honor Turtle WoW? Yeah. And that's... Like, I think that even if you don't play this server, like, don't care about it and stuff like that, that's why, like, you know, people joining in... I'm surprised we haven't had more of them, honestly. There was only one person I've had to ban so far this stream who, like, joined in and basically said, haha, I'm gonna get to keep my version of WoW. Like, you know, dickheads like that. But it's just, I don't... Like, the fucking needless tribalism of, like, which version of WoW you play. It's just... It's so silly. Like, the people who play Turtle WoW just love World of Warcraft, you know? And I think it is... It's kind of a sobering feeling seeing, like, some version of WoW end. And, like, you have to see this and think to yourself, like... I mean, someday that's gonna be us, right? Like, someday, normal World of Warcraft will end. Now, that day probably won't come for a very, very long time. But it will come. So this feeling that everybody on this server is experiencing right now, of losing their World of Warcraft characters forever, will be in that same boat at some point. And, I mean, like I just got done saying before, I know how it feels, right? I was in that boat. Thankfully, not permanently. But there was a period of a few days where I thought I was about to lose my account of 20 years. All because Blizzard was fucking stupid. And thankfully, I mean, well, the ban never got fixed, but it did get changed from a permanent ban, and now I have my account back. But, I mean, like, that feeling that I had of, like, oh my god, all of these characters that I played throughout my entire childhood might be gone forever. It's scary. And I mean, it's really depressing. And it, like, honestly, when that happened, I know it seems silly to say, like, when your World of Warcraft account gets banned, it, like, makes you rethink life. But, like, it kind of did. You know, not in, like, a super edgy way. Oh. Okay, well, my game just crashed. I think the servers are still up. I think I just hit terrain at a weird angle. Yeah, okay. We're good. We're still good. You want to see after the server shutdown, you got 2 Scarlet Citadel videos based on lore Turtle WoW built for that raid/place? Yeah, if you want to post it in my Discord, or just, like, DM it to me, feel free. Okay. Everyone, please come to the Farewell Fair in Moonwhisper Coast. We'll all mount up with our trusty turtles and ride into the sunset. We will all start in 6 minutes. But you know what? I think it is cool that they are doing that, but I'm going to be honest. I'm not one for, ceremony. I think I'm going to try and still see as much as I can in the time that's left. We'll say, it does kind of feel like I might not be able to make it to tel'abim, unfortunately. Okay, somebody help me out. Where's the Alliance flight path here? At the very least, if I can find an Alliance flight path and I can, like, fly down, I might be able to just get at least a glimpse of it. before we're done. Serious? Really, YouTube? Ah! Dude, the stream is trying to get sabotaged. Maybe it's secretly Blizzard. They're trying to stop me. Narvalis Point. Yeah, but like where in the zone is it? So I know what direction to go towards. Like, is it down south here, or am I heading in the complete wrong direction? The northeast part of the zone? Oh shit, it's up there. Crap. Yeah, well, I'm not going to be able to make it up there. Spirit of Asina. Oh, shit. Or, oh, Sprite of Asina. Okay. Are they going to do something big? Yeah, they're doing a whole ride-off into the sunset thing. Oh, fuck. Well... Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to tel'abim. I mean, honestly, though... tel'abim is on the 1.17 stuff, so I could always visit if I want to. This zone definitely is the one that I wanted to see more than anything, so... I'm glad I got to tour this one. Well, I could ask for a summon, but not really to tel'abim. I don't think there's any summons going there. tel'abim is just an island. It's not really that good of a zone. That's fair. I wanted to at least see it. Is what it is, though. I mean, it's fine. I can't see everything. I saw as much as I could in the time I had. tel'abim is meh, just Stranglethorn Veil vibes. This is definitely the better one to have picked. Alright, maybe I'll try to go head to the final fair place. I do want to see Timbermaw Hold, though. I want to make it down all the way south and see the entrance to Timbermaw Hold. Here it is. There are mobs there? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not going to run inside. I just want to see, like, the tunnel. Oh, shit. Be careful. The fact that Blizzard never did a Furball grade is wild. Yeah, that is kind of surprising. I mean, it's only level 50. Okay, but we can see the map. That's pretty cool. So there's a long tunnel in here. And then the entrance to the raid is there, and it connects into Ashara. Alright. Well, I won't be able to see the entire thing, but at least I got to glimpse it. The raid that I really wanted to do was not meant to be. Alright. I'm gonna run back. I could ask for a summon, but you know what? I'm gonna ride. I guess I probably wouldn't have been able to make it to Hyjal from here anyway, huh? Crazy music, too. Like, most of how Blizzard handles the old WoW world is just stupid. They should have focused on polishing the world and keeping it relevant. And Cat just burned it all away. Yeah. I mean, I don't even... I don't have the energy to go on to a long tirade about how annoyed I am with how they've handled the lore, but I agree. I agree. It's a shame. It is interesting, because there's some things I like about Cataclysm. I don't think it was all bad, and I think the whole, the idea of the Shattering is interesting. But it did really ruin a lot of the existing zones, just for the sake of change. I think a lot of that early design was very much rooted in, we just want to have, a big shakeup every single expansion to, drive subscriber numbers and stuff like that. And I don't even necessarily think that came, at least back in the day, I don't think that came from a place of, greed or making money. I think it's just, as a developer, you always want to, one-up and do something crazier. Oh, thank you. Yeah, just... Okay, thank you. Yes. I don't know why you... My dad brought me food, but... I'm gonna wait to eat that until later. I guess I could probably eat while I wait for the... whatever the festival thing is to start. Final send-off. Rosalie. Is it true that devs will be releasing a new client? Just saw a video on it. I've not heard that. I would not count on that, honestly. I mean, I don't know, but I just think from a logic standpoint, it is unlikely. Had a world revamp was not that good in your opinion, and don't let you start about flying. Yeah, flying, I mean, flying's a very divisive subject. I'm in the camp of, some good, some bad. I understand why people don't like it. And I also think that, for the most part, it does come with a lot of negatives in terms of, how you experience the world. But, I mean, flying is nice. And yeah, so the thing about, making Outlands as an addition to level 60 and Northrend, I mean, obviously, that's what Turtle does, and I understand, that's kind of the entire idea behind Classic Plus, right? But I do think that's a very different game. With that, we're talking about, horizontal progression, and World of Warcraft would have to be functionally completely different to accommodate that. And, if you're designing the game with that in mind, sure. But I do think the whole, expansion mindset of, you get more levels, you go to, newer zones. You can imagine a world where that doesn't completely invalidate the older content. And frankly, even, Final Fantasy XIV does a decent job of adding in new content and still keeping their older stuff relevant. Now, there are, it's not perfect, right? And obviously FF14 is more story-driven, and... The open world is not, as much of a focus, right? It was never kind of similar to Classic in that sense, but you can definitely see a world in which that approach is done well. But it is a very different game, right? Guild Wars 2 is obviously the best example to that, but even Guild Wars 2 is, a little bit more instanced and not quite as open-ended as, Oh, the walk from Moonwhisper to Hyjal? Okay. Is there a way to get to Hyjal from this zone? Yeah, I'll try to join them in the walk, because I would like to see Hyjal. And hey, if there's a gigantic army of people along the way... I'm almost there. Presumably I will catch up with them. At some point. Hopefully I do meet up with the crowd. I'm sure that at a certain point I will see a gigantic army of players pop out. Yeah, 24 minutes. Turn off nameplates? Well, I'm going to keep on nameplates until I find the gigantic crowd of people. Once I spot the crowd, and once I know I'm in the right place, then I will turn off nameplates. Okay, there's a lot of people here. Okay, yeah, I found it. Now I will turn off nameplates. How do I turn on walk? I think I don't have my walk keybinds. Oh, there we go. Alright, cool. Big turtle parade. Like in retail, no reason to do last expat content, it's not relevant. Yeah, I mean, I still think that they are continually failing to utilize their existing content in retail. Obviously, they've gone with a non-progression experience, or a non-horizontal progression experience. They've already committed to that. But they still do such a terrible job of maintaining existing content going forward. And there are things that they could do to make it better, but they just put in zero effort. It really bites them in the ass. Because, like, Guild Wars 2 is slowly building up a gigantic catalog of content that is all horizontal, and World of Warcraft just completely throws everything out every few years. Like, you cannot compete if you do that. So, I don't know. They're going to hit a point where they will just not be able to compete with other MMOs. Like, other than raiding. But even then, I don't know. Like, right now, Guild Wars 2 could add literally nothing and still have amazing casual content that gaps the fuck out of anything retail has to offer. So if Guild Wars 2 one day just decides they want to go all in on designing, like, really interesting hardcore raids, I'm quitting World of Warcraft, and I'm switching to Guild Wars 2 permanently. And God, do I hope that happens, because I'll be honest, Guild Wars 2 is a really good game that I just unfortunately don't have time to justify playing because, well, I still enjoy World of Warcraft, and it's now my job. But if it reaches a point where I just enjoy Guild Wars 2 more, or if it just has more to offer, then I'll just play that instead. Fuck it. You love Guild Wars 2? Yeah, I cannot wait for the day that I have more free time to play Guild Wars 2 again. There's so much new stuff that I really want to see. And now, like, I'm planning on playing Guild Wars 1, because they're bringing it to mobile, so I figured, fuck it, I'll check it out. Dude, that Ursa is gonna start farming people. Nice, the level 60's taking care of it. Oh, they're picking up the pace. Damn, there's a lot of people here. But yeah, it is cool that the developers are here as well. I do a /who? You made it? Nice. /who? Oh, I only searched for that level. What's the command to see, like, the server pop? Somebody posted it earlier, but I forget. There's a 40-second cooldown on /who. Oh yeah, ./info, right. There are 2,793 people online right now. Tried to get your dad to play Guild Wars 2, but he complained about the graphics? Really? Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is pretty good graphics, I think. To you, Guild Wars just feels off? So, I'm assuming you're talking about Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 1 is a very old game, for sure. It's definitely different vibes. Guild Wars 2, it took me a little bit to adjust to Guild Wars 2 when I played it before. The moment, like, Guild Wars 2 clicked for me, I really, really, really enjoyed it. And I still miss playing it. It's very different than World of Warcraft in terms of, like, how it handles progression and stuff. But once it clicks, and you're like, oh, I understand the progression in this game and, like, how it feels. I really, really, really enjoyed it. Oh yeah, and definitely Zulsi. It would be interesting to see if Classic Plus does take that approach. I honestly think doing something like that, like basically taking the horizontal progression approach for Classic Plus, would be pretty cool. Where they just go with a completely different style of content. Guild Wars combat feels ass? Are we saying, like, Guild Wars original or Guild Wars 2? Because Guild Wars 2 combat, I really like Guild Wars 2 combat. If we're talking, like, Guild Wars 1, I have heard it can feel kind of janky. I'm curious to see how it feels. I'm going to give it a fair shake. I'm going to try it out, but we'll see. Guild Wars 2? Really? I'm surprised. I really liked Guild Wars 2 combat. I enjoyed it. Okay, people are moving quicker. I guess they want to pick up the pace and actually make it to Hyjal on time. Your biggest fear is if they go the Sod route. Sod was such an off vibe. Yeah. I don't think they'll do that, though. I think most people agree that Sod wasn't really in the spirit of Classic Plus. This parade is so long. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. There are... Can't even see the end of the parade. And there's GMs kind of spread out throughout the entire thing. Damn. Alright, I'll admit it. This is pretty cool. I don't know. I hate, like, big ceremonies and celebrations and stuff. Like, as an example, by the way, my birthday was 2 days ago. I streamed on my birthday. I did not mention it at all because I hate it when people say, like, happy birthday and stuff like that. My dad was like, what do you want to do for your birthday? And I said, absolutely nothing. And he was like, all right, well, we're going to order something and you get to pick. So I was like, all right, cool. That's it. I hate celebrations and stuff. I don't know. It just... Especially if it's, like, meaningless celebration, right? Which, like, to me, birthdays feel meaningless. But I guess there is meaning here, right? So, it is different. Maybe it's just because I don't want to feel strong emotions, right? Happy birthday, Jugglefuck. Thank you. You don't like ESO combat as well? Well, yeah, I think it's a little bit different, though. I remember, like, Elder Scrolls Online combat, I wasn't the biggest fan of. I didn't hate it, but I actually did very much enjoy Guild Wars 2 combat. Like, having dodge roll and stuff like that felt very interesting. World bosses like Drakkar and Suwon are great examples of Guild Wars 2 combat in action. I don't think I did either of those, but I did, because I played back during Path of Fire, so I've not played End of Dragons at all. But I did so many Dragon Stand runs. And also, like, the Assault on Tarir, whatever it was called. God damn. Tarir was so fucking cool. And doing the Mordremoth fight, where, like, everybody has to spread out and, like, cover the different islands, and he'll, like, smash an island. You have to, like, hop in your mount and fly from island to island. God, it was so fucking cool. Okay, so this was a little hub. I somehow completely missed this. I went right past this multiple times. I kind of just assumed it was an enemy camp. So I was afraid to enter. To you, it feels more like a funeral? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, a funeral is a kind of celebration, though. Like, you don't hold funerals because you're like, damn, this dude's dead now. You hold funerals because you want to celebrate the fact that that person lived. That's kind of the entire point, right? Like, most funerals involve talking about, like, all the good things the person did while they were alive. I'm gonna try to stay mostly with the pack. It looks like everybody's just running now. Nobody's RP walking. I kind of... Man, I really want to eat food. I'm starving, but there's only 15 minutes left. But also the food is right there. The turtle did make it to the water. That's why all the people are here. True. You quit after TBC Phase 1 and you thought you found a perma home. It was an amazing 5 years in an amazing community. Yeah. I think... Honestly, it says a lot about the server that I've basically been playing on here for like 2 weeks, and I've already made some friends. Which kind of makes me sad, though, because, like, a lot of the people who I played with, I don't really think I'll get to see them again. Like, honestly, it really hit me, because, like, when I first started doing this, like, whole leveling process, like I said before, I kind of viewed it as, like, oh, I'm going to be doing this, like, you know, solo journey, and I kind of compared it to kind of like Minecraft survival mode, which it did feel like that early on, and that was kind of fun. But then I met a bunch of people running dungeons, including somebody who turns out was one of the developers, but then also, like, one of the people who I ran a bunch of dungeons with, this rogue, Adabana, they messaged me, like, at 5 in the morning last night, and said, hey, I'm not going to be on for the final day, and I just wanted to say, like, you know, thanks for all the dungeon runs, and, you know, it was nice playing with you. And, like, that... Man, that hit hard. Because it was like, yeah, you know, this is somebody who I'm probably never going to see again. And, you know, any other iteration of WoW, you know, in retail, it's like, if I run a bunch of dungeons with somebody, and I enjoy playing with them, I'll add them to BattleNet, and then I'll play with them again. But this is somebody who I did a bunch of dungeons runs with, and I actually, like, I chatted with them about, like, you know, what do you think, like, the future of Classic Plus is going to be? And now I'm probably never going to encounter them again. That's a bummer, man. And I didn't expect to have, like, such an emotional reaction to the server shutting down. I just wanted to experience some, like, cool WoW content before it's gone. I guess I will get to see Timbermill hold, though, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, the survival rework was super cool. Oh, man. My favorite thing about the survival rework is the simple wooden planters create a physical object in the ground. And the first time I saw that, my immediate reaction was, you can use this for parkour. And I was really hoping I would find an opportunity to use it, and I did. I'm gonna definitely, like, when I do my retrospective video, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna show, like, the clip. But I was trying to access, like, a quest at the end of Dragon Maw Retreat. I didn't know at the time that it was supposed to be at the end of Dragon Maw Retreat, and there's no way to access it. You're supposed to, like, exit the dungeon, grab the quest, and then drop off a little ledge to enter, like, the little waterfalls going down from the Lochmodon Dam. There's not supposed to be a way in there. But I found, like, a little cliff where if I put the planter at a very specific angle, I can run along the very edge of the planter and just barely jump off the planter and make it to another ledge that let me then drop down onto the, like, little platform at the exit of Dragon Maw Retreat. So I found a way to use this planter as a parkour platform. And that was, like, so fucking cool to me, that I could, like, physically change the world and, like, use it to explore further. And I'm sure that over time, I would have found way more opportunities to use these planters to, like, clip out of bounds or climb walls and stuff like that. It's so cool. I mean, the rest of the survival rework was also really cool. Like, these healing salves are insanely useful. It's like a mini heal over time health pot that does less healing, but also is not shared cooldown. So it's just like a free little health restore consumable. I made so many of those. I use them so often. Bro missed a portal. I mean, I knew the portal was over there. I didn't turn to look at it, but, like, I also want to keep up with the pack. But, like, I knew this was, like, the area. I mostly wanted to see what the area around the Timbermaw Hold entrance was like. Yeah, the custom art maps are definitely really cool. Alright, so I guess they're doing from here. I mean, there's less than 10 minutes, so they said they want to get to High-Gel. If that's the goal, they have some running to do. Also, what am I in combat with? Did I aggro one of the mobs? I gotta be very careful. Oh, shit. I am definitely getting attacked by something. I'm just gonna bot myself, and then hopefully whatever is attacking me will go hit something else. Oh, I actually didn't know the Dragon Ball one was from a sketch. Oh, shit. I guess that's one of the Furbolg enemy effects. Okay, so is this the final resting spot? I don't know if they actually plan on going all the way to High-Gel. I don't know if you can make it to High-Gel from here. Can you? The GM will give you flight or something? Who knows? Damn. Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Also, hi, Merp. Spawn 10 Ragnarosis. I mean, if I don't get to see Hygel, it's fine. You know. I'm content. I got most of my realistic bucket list completed. I do think I allocated my resources well. Out of the remaining consumables I had, you know, I burned through most of them. I had a lot of leftovers. I don't think I ever used a single free action potion, but there may have been an opportunity. Who knows? But definitely I made the 2K gold donation count for sure. By Sheno, wow. Yeah, it looks like they're all just parking here. I mean, right next to Timbermaw Hold is probably the better place than any to do a send-off. Actually, I didn't even notice this. The Timbermaw Hold entrance is unique. The little bear statues, that's cool. Alright, alright. Okay, buddy, you don't have to be weird. Well, I said earlier that I only had to ban one person. We got a second ban in for good measure. You can get drunk before the server ends? True. Where's that beer that person gave me? I have just enough to get probably drunk IRL. I don't drink IRL. But you guys can drink in my honor or something. Yeah. Radio? I know they have a whole radio thing going on. I don't want to listen to that. Honestly, I'm content. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna join the final celebration. I wanted to just run around and explore. But I kind of just want to be here in silence and just kind of, take it all in. That's just kind of how I prefer to go out on my own terms, A shot per 5 seconds the server remains alive. Yep. Don't make a drinking game that's guaranteed to give you alcohol poisoning. Oh, there's a green dragon mount? Oh, no. Okay, that person just turned into a green dragon. Let's see. Karl Marx would have loved Turtle WoW. What? God. What do I even do after this? It's so crazy to think that I've spent 2 weeks working on this and it's finally over. I got everything done that I wanted to get done. I can finally sleep. Talmud is coming closer. It would be cool if they just dropped a gigantic meteor on top of, everybody standing here and just killed them all last second. No rest for the wicked. Yep. Right back into add-on development. Immediately after this. Fun, fun, fun. / console FFX below 0. Ah! I didn't know you could do that. Good call. People are flying. My arrow's not working. Yeah. Dude, every single time I get one of those messages, I'm just like, I die a little inside, man. Hardcore here was so fun, you don't think the Blizzard version of hardcore would hit like Turtle WoW? Yeah. GG's, guys, it's been a pleasure sharing this world with you. I appreciate you all tuning in also for this stream. It was nice. Everybody sharing stories about their experience here. I wish I could have gotten to play it more, but I'm happy with the time that I had on it. I can't even see the server messages. Shut down in 5 seconds. 2, 1. And there it is. Damn. Lovely stream, thank you. I mean... every goal that I had for this stream, aside from, I guess the only thing I didn't manage to do is check out tel'abim, but everything else... Especially the main thing I wanted to do is I wanted to see Stormrot Ruins before the end, and... Hey, we got that, and we got to see a bunch of the other zones. I did experience the real Turtle WoW Goldshire RP. I think every single version of WoW has Goldshire RP. That is a constant in all timelines. That hit hard like a hook from Mike Tyson. Try logging back in just for kicks. Let me... I mean, it shows this, but I'm pretty sure if I hit OK, it's gonna just endlessly log into game server. Yeah. Just fails to log in. Well, that's all she wrote. Yeah, I think, I don't really have any plans for today after this. Thank you all for being here. Bit of a sobering end. But, I mean, hey, there's still that mysterious June announcement that they've been teasing in all those server messages. So, I guess I'll end by just kind of reiterating some things. So, obviously I know these streams attracted a lot of new people. Sobering, you're still going. Oh, boy. But yeah, so obviously to all the new people, you know, I appreciate you guys stopping by the stream. Obviously, I normally cover retail stuff, so obviously I don't expect most of you to tune in again, and that's totally okay. I'm glad that you got to enjoy the streams that I did for Turtle WoW. This is like a second/third channel of mine. I don't really stream here much. Over the next few days, I will be posting a few videos of like the dungeon runs that I did on Turtle WoW off stream. So I'm going to at least have those immortalized on here. In the future, I might end up using this channel for any like classic things. Like if/when Classic Plus comes out, I probably will post some of the more miscellaneous videos here. But my main channel is Haraldin. It should be in the description. Should be also like on the channel description and stuff. That's where all my regular stuff, mostly retail videos, get posted. I'll probably be streaming a little bit more, but again, retail things, like European Zero to Hero stuff. But yeah, I appreciate you all for being here, and I guess for all the people here, specifically for Turtle WoW stuff, I hope we meet again whenever official Classic Plus finally arrives, and hopefully Blizzard actually manages to do it justice, and it can live up to the standard that Turtle set. Come to Europe and boost you? We'll see. I do think that'll be fun, because I know I've like dabbled a little bit in Europe, but there's a lot of viewers I know who play on Europe who I haven't really gotten a chance to ever interact with, so that will be fun. I'll post about it whenever I do that, and if you want to try and snipe me in keys, that could be interesting. Good luck with your cope. Yeah, no, I'm trying to be hopeful here. Look, I'm trying to end on a positive note. Have some hope for the future, right? But I'll end it there. Obviously, I could sit here and yap forever, but I have a burger sitting right next to me, and I'm very hungry. So, thank you all for joining. For all the people who also helped me along the journey and allowed me to get all the goals done that I wanted to do in Turtle WoW. Super duper appreciate you. It was really fun getting to play with you all. And yeah, let's hope that we get something that lives up to Turtle WoW in the future. I'll end it here. Thanks for watching this stream. I'll see you all later.